Hey guys, good to see you guys in the usual slot Sunday. I hope you guys are doing well. So we've got quite a lot to go through. We are sort of in December 1884, and we need to get to March 1885. That's essentially 4 months of letters. Some of the letters aren't very long, of course, some are, and some of the letters are. In some months, there are only like one or two letters. Well, I think two in the 1 month. But we still do have some months where there are long letters and quite a few. I also want to, before we kind of get started, I just want to remind you that every time I put up a Van Gogh Letters episode, my channel sheds about 15 to 30 subscribers. So if you look at the channel right now, I think it's on 86.2 thousand, 86,200 subscribers. I predict by the end of this episode, it'll be 86.1. And although it doesn't thrill me to see those numbers sort of whittling down, it is a loss I'm prepared to bear. I think when we deal with Alex Jones, for example, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow, I think those losses could well go into the hundreds, if not thousands. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow's live sheds 1,000, 5,000 subscribers. Am I prepared to shed those losses? I do want to be an authentic channel, and I feel weird about that aspect. I feel weird about people who believe in conspiracy theories and maybe can't tell the difference being on this channel. I want this to be a channel of truth tellers and truth knowers. And if the truth's not important to you, or you're not thinking critically enough, then I don't know if you should be here. And even if that's sort of shooting myself in the foot, it's nevertheless to me necessary to be the kind of channel I want to be. You might say it's bad business, you might say it's not smart, but it's nevertheless the struggling path to the truth that I want to take, if that makes sense. So to me has realized, when I start talking, it's his cue for a quality time, where you can sit in my lap for a long time, be warmed, be soothed, get some ASMR, all that kind of thing. Yeah, to thine own self be true. Thanks a lot, Yvonne. Yvonne says, can't understand unsubscribing. I love that you have the courage to speak the truth. Well, I think it's really people who feel like, well, I have such a strong difference of opinion that you are shaking my sense of self. That's how I think it is. So, yeah. Ricardo says, I'm in rehabilitation when it comes to conspiracy. And I've got to say, when you go into the Van Gogh story, as I have, and you guys know I've written a book about it, you start to wonder how much isn't kind of a conspiracy, right? In other words, how much of the truth do we know? And that almost sounds like conspiracy theory in itself. But what I mean is, the Van Gogh story, did he cut off his ear? Was he a mad, troubled artist? Did he commit suicide? And I honestly believe that it's no to all three of those. I do think a case can be made that he did commit suicide, but the evidence seems to point away from that. And the fact that we believe what we believed unquestioningly for 130 years is, to me, the problem with our society, is that we are told what to think. And the same is actually happening with social media. Tommy says, I generally know the truth as opposed to conspiracy. I don't entertain conspiracy theory. Another kind of good example of that sort of thing is how long we were told about food groups, that you have to take in certain amount of carbohydrates and so on. And look at the society we live in now. Look how the food industry has sort of lied to us. So anyway, that's a separate thing. So anyway, coming back to this episode, quite a lot of interesting things we're going to be dealing with. We're going to be dealing with this letter, which comes from, I think it's December 7th, somewhere around there. It's this letter here. Yeah, December 7th. So we'll be dealing with this letter. But before we do, I want to first read an excerpt from this book dealing with the end result, the conclusion that I want to get to in this episode. If it's going to be a 3-hour plus episode, so be it. I'd like it to be less than that. But I do have like 4 months worth of letters to sort of race through. I also want to take you through some photos of the weaver bird and the nest. I've actually taken some photos that I think are pretty cool, and here's one of them, right? And I've purposefully edited it in a way that it looks dark in this sort of phase of the Van Gogh story. So we'll go through those letters in a minute. I kind of want to start off by reading this particular excerpt that is taking us to the conclusion of this episode. I just want to say hi to Caitlin, good to see you, and Susan, good to see you as well. As far as I know, this episode's open to subscribers as well to chat. So members, if you're seeing some new faces here, I think that's the reason why. I think I did mention to those following the Elvis series that you might be interested in this one. So I think that's the reason. Blue Flame, good to see you. Sharon, Yvonne, I wonder if we're going to see Stephanie here. All the usual suspects. Okay. To me, I don't know if I think you're going to have to go on the ground so that I can read from this. So I'm going to be reading quickly from this book of my brother's. It's a really excellent book. We're going to page 55, dealing with the years in Noonan, and quite interestingly, if you look at the picture I've got up over there, it's it's obviously a bird with a nest, right? Well, on the page dealing with Vincent's father's death, you actually have paintings of Vincent of birds' nests, right? So there's one, I think I've shown you guys this before, and there's the other one. So weird how this technology sort of plays tricks on you. So it's on the same page with one painting's called Still Life with Five Birds' Nests from September to October 1885. Another one is Still Life with Birds' Nests. And in both of them, it looks like there are actually eggs in a nest as well. Anyway, so this is just dealing with a sort of overview of the situation, right? So quoting from this book, quote, after his father's death, Vincent had realized how vital a part the pastor's protecting hand and natural authority had played in his life. So if he was sort of kicking against his father's authority, when his father suddenly wasn't there, I think he felt a little sort of rudderless, a little bit lost, a little confused, right? And here's some further context, again quoting from the book. He had hardly moved out of the vicarage before becoming a target of hostility that soon soured his life in Newnan. The year before, he had already occasioned a local scandal when an unmarried village woman, should really be the neighbor, Margot, remember? Margot Becheman, had fallen in love with him and could not cope with the conflict between her feelings and the pressure her family brought to bear. And so she tried to kill herself. Now, the book also doesn't mention that her father was a pastor as well. And as I say, that she was the neighbor. She had swallowed poison and then collapsed while out walking with Vincent. Unfortunate timing. I don't really like the way that that's written. Like, so if she'd done that somewhere else, that would have been okay. I kind of think she was doing it because she was trying to get Vincent's attention. You know, she loved him more than he loved her, but he nevertheless was, I think, attracted to her in some way and interested in her, and something did happen between them. But I think she was trying to sort of dramatically force the issue. So I don't really like that, to say unfortunate timing. Then it goes on to say her life was saved, but the blame was heaped on the artist. That also, he was part of what saved her life. He kind of tried to get her to bring up, and you know, he took her. He got her the care that she needed. You know, the urgent care that she needed. It's quite a weird sort of analogy to Elvis. Yeah, you've got a woman who's sort of in love, who tries to take her life with pills, and is actually saved. Of course, she does it in the presence of someone else, which I think makes all the difference. Um, I also think that Vincent did deserve some of the blame. Like the idea that he was an innocent victim in this, I think, is a bit far-fetched. Anyway, um, when there was more bad news, he was blamed again. Did you guys know this? A peasant girl who had posed for him got pregnant, and since his name had already been ruined, it was easy to see him as the guilty party. At all events, the Catholic priest had a field day, forbidding his flock to associate with the painter. Now, I'm not actually sure, I don't think that's a reference to his father, I think because his father was a Protestant pastor, but the Catholic priest in the town was very basically declared Vincent a persona non grata in a kind of a prequel to what would happen in Arles. So you literally were having a situation where Vincent was kind of about to be thrown out of a town, out of a community. He was seen as morally, uh, what's the word? Suffering from kind of moral decrepitude, morally kind of depraved. Obviously, a very pious society, but it's like the idea is that he's sleeping with everybody. He's with a neighbor, he's making his models pregnant, and I don't know whether news filtered through that he'd once been living with a prostitute and all this kind of, it's like, wow, we can't have someone like this in our well-to-do community. I also take a little bit of issue with the writer of this book suggesting that the rumor that he got this peasant pregnant is unfounded. I think it's certainly possible. I don't know what you guys think. Given what he's already done thus far, you kind of get the feeling he's got an appetite for sort of lasciviousness, for mischief, for love, also lust. And so the fact that a peasant girl poses for him and she's later pregnant in a weird sort of situation, I don't know if that's I don't think it's out of unreasonable to suspect Vincent of this. Um, So going back to the book quote, given the way his standing with the villagers had changed, departure was inevitable. So being basically kicked out of Noonan was just a matter of time, right? In any case, Van Gogh was also growing increasingly aware of a need to experience city life again. So obviously we're not quite there yet, but this is really interesting. So at the time that he's about to be booted out of his hometown, um, he's thinking maybe I do need a change. Maybe I do need a more sophisticated setup around me, more sophisticated surroundings. Right? Here's the part that's really interesting. The pleasure he took in the simple life had obscured this need, but now he realized that his knowledge of the art world was all hearsay, culled from Theo's Paris letters and the visits of friends. Now, you must remember, this is a time where you could send letters and get them very, very quickly. But there was no email, there's no television, there was no, even though there was photography, there wasn't really color photography, and the photography was already kind of fuzzy. So if Theo wanted to describe the art he was dealing with, it was nevertheless kind of going to be in this format. Vincent was going to be reading about colorful art and getting an idea in his mind of what this colorful art was. But it would be a totally different story actually seeing that art in person, seeing the color, right? And so when he went to Paris, that was when he did see this art for the first time, and that then did change what was going on. So it goes on to say his information was all second-hand. He had never even set eyes on an impressionist painting, and as a result, his work tended to be overburdened with theory. He had to milk Noonan's modest resources of all the subjects the village had to offer and articulate everything he had resolved to say. We often find that there's a discrepancy between the sensuous visual impact of his pictures and that forced symbolism which his letters, rather than the works themselves, induce us to infer. The time had now come for Van Gogh to enter the art world proper. And I think this would then, thought it was going to lead to a new chapter, but we're not there yet either. So Theo was often saying to Vincent that your work is too dark. And Vincent was very much caught up in a school of art that he felt, dealing with a classic human condition. And he was also reading books like by Zola that was dealing with, in a way, the conscience of man. And Vincent felt quite strongly about that he did want to speak to the conscience of man. And so he was trying to cut to the core of that. He was trying to reach into the human story. And he felt that the way to do that was with these somber, grave, dark images, these paintings. And although I think he was right in that interpretation, it was, as that the writer in that book says, theoretical. There's also another way of looking into the human story, and that was through a vivid interpretation, with the sun shining, with the water shimmering, and within this spectacular, pulsating, resonating electricity, man finds himself. And what does he do with the fact that he's alive? What does he do with this abundance? What does he do with a great field lying under the sun? What does he do with a season, whether it's autumn or a season of his life, autumn or spring or summer? What does he do with the energy, the life force that he has, given the life force that surrounds him? In other words, it's another way of seeing the problem of life, if you want to put it that way, the sizzling problem of life, right? And so what I find really interesting is it's only once his father dies that that whole world opens up to him. It's almost like, in a weird way, without knowing it, maybe subconsciously, he's kind of been kept a prisoner, or he's been one step away from stepping into the world beyond the theoretical Christian upbringing that he's had, right? And although he's not going to reject Christianity, he's now going to modernize his view of I guess he's going to modernize his beliefs. And that's what all of this color represents that he's about to introduce to his work. I'm just saying it's quite interesting how up until his father dies, his work is quite dark and quite traditional. You know, he is trying to, as I say, plumb the depths of the human condition in terms of peasants, for example. But you can also tell the story of a peasant as a um, a farm worker, or someone who's in a spectacular landscape, and the sun is beating down on him, kind of thing, and it's very colorful and very vivid. And this person is quite small within that throbbing intensity, kind of thing. Does that make sense? So you can see it in this dark way, that these figures are finding their way and fumbling their way in a humble, um, sort of beatific struggle. But you can also take that exact same story and put it into you know, a very electrified, sizzling landscape. Does that make sense? Both are addressing the same story of a man or men, you know, and women dealing with their circumstances of life. Sorry, the cat's just jumped on the table and is drinking my water. Thanks, Kitty. Oh, you're not going to walk past the camera? No. Okay. In the past, when I used my cell phone, I could sort of pick it up and turn it around, but as soon as I do it with this camera, everything disappears and you see the picture behind me. So we're about to get going with the letter. I think I'm going to show you some of these photos I've taken, and then I'm going to so I'll show you some of the photos, and then we'll go through some of the letters, and then we'll come back to them. So I've taken these pictures of the past couple of days. Like I said, I've actually darkened this picture so it looks kind of Van Gogh-y, but in terms of this phase of his life. He would never, I think, use that bright yellow that you see on the weaver bird, but nevertheless, the rest is sort of, to some extent, the palette that he was using. Dark greens, dark browns, and all the rest, right? So let me just pull that up to full size and do that. Okay, so I'm going to take you through a couple of these images. So you guys aren't going to believe it, but this weaver bird is now busy with its third nest. So he's got ambitions. He wants to make the most of his little life. So there he is inside, I think, the second nest. And let's go on to the next one. There you can actually see him holding a piece of leaf. And I'm going to show you eventually where he gets these leaves from. He doesn't just go to any old tree and strip off a piece of leaf. He wants long, leaves that he can thread, and he also wants leaves um, that are strong. How can I put it? That they strip off, and they, in the end, can be threaded in a way, but they don't break very easily. So they need to be the leaves. The leaves that he strips off have got to have a strength in them as well. So there you can see him, and this was taken just a few minutes after sunrise. The sun's coming from this part of the image, and you can see it sort of touching that edge of the branch a little bit. And there he's carrying a shorter strip than usual, but a strip of palm frond. You can also see that the wood that he's sitting on, the branch that he's sitting on, this is winter in South Africa, and so these buds are going to start coming out now. The buds that are around him are going to start coming out. So in later photos, you'll see it'll be a lot greener. So here's another image, just in more better lighting, kind of in the middle of the day. There you can see what has got into this nest. You can see it's mostly these long, thin strands from palm trees, and I do have one in my garden. So there's the same thing in even more color. And these leaves here are actually autumn leaves that are still attached to the tree, and they're going to be shed when the spring buds come out. It's quite idiosyncratic to this tree. A lot of the other trees just throw off their leaves. This one keeps them on right until the end of winter and only sheds them during spring. So this is not something that the weaver bird has weaved into his nest. This is part of the branch that it's on. And so this is the nest that it's started on. This is the third nest. There you can see that this is not part of the nest. It's the end of the branch, right? And so you can see how long these strands are that he's actually working with. And so he needs long strands in order to do his weaving. Now, what is quite difficult taking this photo is to try and focus on something in the distance, but something that is just a short distance behind what is sort of directly in front of you. And you might think it's easy, but the weaver's moving quite quickly. You might think he's sort of taking his time. He arrives, then you've got to catch him arriving, then he does a quick weave, and then he flies off again. And I eventually found where he was flying down to, and actually took some photos of where he was stripping off the leaves, which I'll show you guys a little bit later. So here's another picture of him doing his thing. You can see how much effort he's done to anchor the nest on this branch. He's already also stripped off all the buds and the little leaves that are here to make it a nice bow to hang his basket from, right? And now he's got the problem of hanging on with his feet to this very flimsy structure that barely even exists, and now start weaving something that's going to have a hole in it. And you kind of got to wonder, who taught him this? How did he know how to do this? How come weaver birds know how to do this and other birds don't? Stephanie says you're creating art of the weaver, creating a masterpiece. But do you see how there is magic around us if you just pay attention to it? So there he's still at it. You can see he's got kind of a orange eye. Look at the sort of velvet on this leaf that you can see in the sun. There he's kind of using his foot to hold on, but also pass the sort of the needle end of the leaf and sort of anchor it. You can see there's almost nothing on the lower part of this nest at this point. So you can imagine the beginning is pretty difficult. There's a better or a more focused image where you can see the feathers a little bit more clearly. You can also see just how much effort is put into all of this before he gets going on the rest. And Yeri is starting his thing. Now, can you imagine weaving something with your mouth? You don't have hands to work with. You've got to do it with your mouth. How on earth do you get a sense of perspective on what you're doing? I quite like this image. Again, I've managed to get the feathers in focus, and this is slightly out of focus. Again, you can see just how long these strands are. Look how long that strand is. I didn't quite get the full strand in the image, but you can see how long it is. And you can just imagine how easy it is to get lost in, tying these things together to sort of lose your way. Okay, what was I doing? What do I do next? How do I create a whole sort of curved wall over here with these little strands? How do I start that whole process? And the way that he does it is he will link one end to another end and then just start winding it around, right? Let's have a look at maybe two more. So there's still at it. This is also managed to get the bird in focus and not that. You can see how it's tied on the one end and then it sweeps around and is tied on the other end. And then he's going to do that from the bottom and all these different sides. That's why he needs really extra long, what's the word? Strips, right? And I quite like the fact that we dealing with a bird with this vivid yellow while we're talking about Van Gogh. I mean, wouldn't you say that this is a Van Gogh yellow? It's a bright, full-bodied yellow. Look at that yellow on his. Look at that yellow. That actually starts to look like a Van Gogh painting in a way. A little bit of sun touching this little bird, and it actually, because it's yellow, it feels like a Van Gogh painting in a way. So there's another one, and I think that's the last one. We'll come back to this a little bit later. There you can see how busily he is threading and trying to bring it back to this anchor point over here. And it might seem like long, tedious work, but it's actually amazing how much he got done in a day. I wish I could have taken the photo at the end of the day when he was about 80% finished, but I think you get to see it when it's about 50% done. So I did take some more photos a little bit further. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys. And of course, Van Gogh himself is also starting to weave his artworks are sort of weaving themselves in a way as well. Although a weaver can sort of make a nest first time, I'm not saying their first efforts are always successful, but they will make a nest. The female will then decide if it's good enough or not. She may decide it's not, and then you must do it again. But I think you could argue that a weaver pretty much is born with the talent to execute pretty much, it's pretty much innate. Whereas Van Gogh is figuring his way to producing a masterpiece. And where we are right now, he's been painting weavers, he's been painting people, peasants, I guess. And he's about to produce his first masterpiece, which is the potato eaters. And that's in this phase. He's painting, and he's about to produce something at the time that his father's going to pass away. And if you think about it, the last year has been pretty crisis ridden in the Van Gogh family. His mother has fallen and sort of fractured her hip. His father will die within a year of that happening, maybe a year and 2 or 3 months, but very close to that. And Vincent had at least one affair which caused a lot of stress for everybody. But especially, you can imagine a pastor who's got to deal with his congregation looking up at him like, what's going on? And it may even have been more than one scandal. It could have been him making someone else pregnant as well. So you can imagine that Vincent kind of brought a lot of stress to his family. He was also there to look after his mother, but I think on balance, you can say he brought a lot more, problems for them, the way they saw it. He got more out of the deal than they did. And, he went on to become this incredible artist, I think in a big way, thanks to this platform that he was given, where he was given another 2 long years to develop his craft and get totally caught up in, okay, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. If that 2 years, if you took that away, he may have ended up becoming a bricklayer or maybe a journalist or something. So let's get going with the letters. Oh, I can't believe 37 minutes have passed. We're only going to deal with the letters now. But anyway, let's get going. So this is the letter that we're starting off with, and let's get going. Let's bring it up. Okay, dear Theo, many thanks for your letter and the enclosure, and also for what I still received, especially for St. Nicholas. St. Nicholas is Christmas. Bear in mind, this was written 7th December, so about 3 weeks before Christmas. I will begin by telling you that your letter greatly amazed me, seeing that there have been no differences of any importance between father, mother, and myself. And as to the Becherman ladies, they looked in on father and mother only the other day in considerable numbers, and they have done so not just once, but many times. Whether they drop in quite as frequently as formerly or less frequently is something I cannot see has anything to do with me, nor am I interested in it. Now, I think you cannot but think about what Vincent's saying and the, let's say, arrogance of what he's saying, the confidence even. Maybe that's the neutral term. But you cannot but read this and think, well, within a short time, literally within about 4 months, his father's going to be dead. And one wonders, did all of this stress, and it's not a little bit of stress, imagine the stress a pastor's got to deal with when his own son is behaving the way Vincent is, and he can't do anything about it. It's almost like trying to manage Elvis, right? You can't talk to him. You just got to sort of kind of deal with it, right? And he's saying, you know what, I'm not actually interested in all of this. And he refers to the Becherman ladies, father, mother, and them coming around. And obviously, they are complaining about Vincent. They're accusing him. They're not happy with him. And he's saying, it's got nothing, what you think of me has got nothing to do with me, right? So can you see how in the run-up to his father's death is definitely a huge amount of tension going on, And maybe his father had kind of a heart condition or something. Um, maybe the lack of sleep, the stress just became more and more and more. Then he says that I decidedly disapproved of their attitude and that I shall go on decidedly disapproving of it is something I told them once, and I did not mince words without returning to the subject. But this has nothing to do with their visiting our house or not, which is something that concerns father and mother and themselves and not me. You've got to wonder, you've got to take these letters and these sentiments and take them to his father dying and thinking, Vincent, if you knew your dad was going to die in 3 or 4 months, would you have still maintained this attitude? He goes on to say, I've always behaved courteously towards all the members of the family, and I did not start the trouble, but they started attacking me, which I took more to heart. Margot, which is the reason why I've strictly refrained from coming into contact with them, simply because I do not feel capable of changing my attitude of disapproval or of hiding it. Something which you know yourself. I say this to clarify things and not to cause you grief. I repeat, something which you know yourself, as especially to show you that I said what I said in all tranquility. I sent you a short note in which I told you that I thought your opinions vicious. I thought your opinions vicious. So I think you can, I think we can start speculating right here whether if things are, let's say, if things are harmless, if Vincent's not really causing really much trouble, then Theo will probably not turn the other cheek, but not pay too much attention to it. On the other hand, if what Vincent's doing is inappropriate, it's just crossing a line, you can imagine that Theo is going to be criticizing his brother. And if it's seriously serious, then there may even be talk of, brother, I'm done with you. I've had enough of you, and maybe it's time to go our separate ways. And so let me ask you, do you think that is going to come up in the next couple of letters? Do you think things are that serious that even Theo is going to say, Vincent, enough? And Vincent's going to say, how dare you tell me what to do? Um, I think we need to end our little relationship. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think things are at that point or not? What do you guys think? Stephanie says yes. The stress on his heart, physical and emotional. Yeah. Susan says his father is fading and Vincent is rebelling. Yeah, Vincent's kind of in a very sad, tragic way. Vincent's coming into his power, certainly as an individual, someone who's thinking for himself, and part of that is, in maybe a way, sexually or through his sexuality, he's finding his sense of self. At the same time, it's kind of costing his father, what's the word, peace of mind. Not like in a harmless way. It's literally undermining his health, kind of thing. So Patty says, where else would Vincent go for money? Stephanie says, I think yes. Sunflower says, no, there's no way to know when loved ones will pass. I don't know if I agree with that. If you look at Elvis, you look at his mother and Elvis himself and his father, I think there were stresses related to all of their deaths. So with his mother, Elvis was in the army. With his father, Elvis had just died, and there was litigation about the estate and other things going on. And with Elvis himself, there was a lot of stress, not least of which was the day that he died. He was supposed to leave to go on another tour. So I think I don't think death just happens randomly. Bridget says, I hope someone tells Vincent what's what. It's very selfish, immature behavior in terms of others. So, Bridget, it's a good point. I think the answer is that his father's death is going to talk to him. His father's death is going to be like, wow, things aren't guaranteed. That I didn't expect. I didn't see that coming, right? Do you know what I'm saying? So now he goes on to write, this is my subjective conviction. In such matters, I have my own views as to the whys and wherefores. There are things I can feel rather than explain clearly to you or anybody else, especially if they receive neither your attention nor your sympathy. Now, this is written in the margin. It's written over here. Let's just do that. Sorry, do that. It's written, in these margins over here, and weirdly scratched all of that out. So one wonders what he'd written there. So he says, however, my most hearty thanks for the remittance, and know that if I urgently request you to send something extra, it is only because I want to push on until we separate. So can you see he's already hinting that we are going to go our separate ways, right? In a general way, you can just say 4 months before their father's death, even Vincent and Thea are kind of bickering amongst themselves as well. They've had such a good relationship, and Vincent is now even pushing against the hand that's feeding him. And it's quite interesting. While he's calling his brother vicious, he's also saying, thanks for the money that you sent me. And I don't know, I can't help thinking Vincent's a bit of a jerk here. It's like, I'm right and everybody else is wrong, right? Tommy says Theo was his sponsor, but a very generous and patient sponsor. Yeah, huge cross-outs on the side. So I can't help thinking that Vincent is a jerk here. And although I don't really like what he's doing, I've also got to say that it probably was necessary. It probably was necessary that he start learning to stand up to other people, preferably not in this way and not to his own family. But um, you tend to start your journey as becoming an adult, becoming an individual by standing up to your own family. And the question is, how do you do it? Do you do it in a gentle way? Do you do it in the appropriate way? Yeah, so well said. Yvonne says Vincent is trying to individuate, but it's at a high cost to his family. That's absolutely right. Yeah, so if you've already read the letters, then please don't jump ahead of time like, I know, I know. So anyway, he goes on to say, I let people say and think what they like of me more than you perhaps suppose, but be sure of this, when a thing turns out wrong, that's no reason for me to admit that I ought not to have begun it. The other side to all of this is you may say that Vincent is wrong, right? That he's not behaving the right way, but ultimately he does redeem himself, or ultimately his work does redeem itself. So um, the flip side to this whole equation is, you might say, his mother and father and brother maybe they needed to pay a bit more attention and say, actually, maybe we need to understand this guy. Maybe he does have a point, right? That's just the flip side of it. You know what I mean? The fact is that he was going to come good. And so the things he needed to do, he obviously did need to do. right? And I would imagine the Van Gogh family today look back on this and they support Vincent and their kind of great grandparents. You know what I mean? They don't say, okay, you shouldn't have done this. It's like all of it was necessary. It was necessary that he argue with his brother. It was necessary that his brother argues with him to get him where he needed to go, right? So he goes on to say, my views are well considered and calculated, and in my opinion, have their raison d'etre. Raison d'etre. I used to be able to pronounce that right. Raison d'etre. To me personally, an important difference between before and after the revolution. Again, talks about that, but I can find neither words nor the time to go into this more deeply. Even the conventional morals, in my opinion, quite wrong, and I hope they will be changed and renewed in time. So, yeah, you have Vincent kind of preaching his own morality and kind of basically saying, I will do as I please, kind of thing. And you can imagine the anxiety that that induces with his dad, because he's got to do damage control with his congregation. He goes on to say, if you also think about it in the sense of Vincent has been in a relationship with someone who's almost died, maybe, and now his father will die 4 months later. Maybe he does need to think about the consequences of his thoughts and actions and his relationships with people and their relationships with him. Okay, so he goes on to say, his brother is suspicious. So Theo basically communicates that I'm suspicious of what you're doing right now. I'm worried about what you're up to right now, aside from the painting. And bear in mind, after the Margot Becherman thing, I think there was this idea: did you get one of your models pregnant, right? And you've got to imagine he's not just painting models; he's painting some of them nude. What do you think happens in that situation? Also, think about Vincent doesn't really have a girlfriend. Vincent had some kind of fling with Margot. And so, where is he kind of getting his sexual fix? Well, isn't he getting it somewhere? Sunflower says Vincent had been shunned and rejected by his family for so long. I kind of understand him standing up for himself. I'm sure he meant no harm. Um, well, the other side to that is that they are looking after him. So, like, what do they get out of the deal? He shames them. He doesn't listen to them, but they've also got to look after him, pay for him. He doesn't have a job, and he insists on doing something where he will never really get paid. So, if you support Vincent, would you pay for someone's to kind of pursue art for, let's say 8 years? Would you pay for their art supplies and canvases? Let's say, would you give them $10,000 over, let's say, 8 years, and then they never ultimately produce anything that can be sold? Would you do that? Would you say, look, I understand you, I'm going to support you? I don't think Van Gogh would, if Van Gogh was alive today and he was on Patreon, I don't know whether he would do very well. Um, Maybe if he wrote wrote posts alongside his drawings, maybe that would do the trick. But the art itself and the reality around it, I'm not really sure. I think if an artist who didn't have a name produced the Potato Eaters, um, that I think if someone on Patreon put that up and said, "Hey guys, I've just painted this," people would say, "I'm out of here." Do you agree? He goes on to say, "Most certainly you have shown me this. It is one of the symptoms that I told you I don't think particularly fine, nor can I compliment you on it." So this is quite a nasty, barbed letter to Theo, and I think the next one is worse. He goes on to say, "But this too is a subjective opinion, if you like. So by all means, suit yourself. Be suspicious or not suspicious, however the spirit moves you. In any case, I shall try to make the best of the consequences for me, and for the rest, I can only refer to what I said about being on opposite sides of the barricade. Do what you like according to your principles, but I shall do the same according to mine. However, let's avoid taking aim at each other if possible, as we are brothers. I'm older than you, and probably I've gone through certain things differently, and I've looked upon them differently from you. And of course, this is my own responsibility. My being unable to approve of everything I see you do or hear you say is something quite different from wanting to induce you to accept my views." It's quite a good argument. I've said it before that Van Gogh, I think, would have been a great lawyer because he's really good at arguing his case, which is quite weak, but he does it in quite a strong way. But he makes quite a good point as saying, my situation is in the spotlight, and you can judge it and have a view on it, but of course your life, we never know anything about it. He says, I don't ever see or hear what you are doing. But anyway, he says, but the fact is I like to play a straightforward game. And I think that's true. I think he is, for all his faults, Vincent is kind of a straight shooter, um, in a way. I mean, I think he is quite expressive and honest, but I also think he's not completely transparent. He hid his relationship with Kivos from his brother for a long time. I think he only revealed it when it was about to be revealed anyway. Same thing with Scene. I think when Mo found out, that's when he told his brother. Same thing with Margot Bechemat. So in a weird way, he's kept all of his dalliances secret until he couldn't anymore. So is that playing a straightforward game? I'm not sure. But I know what he's saying. He says, and bearing in mind that it is our duty to try to avoid putting a spoke in each other's wheel, I shall, as I told you already, try more and more to find other connections in Eindhoven, in Antwerp, in short, wherever is a possibility. So he's already saying here, he's kind of saying to his brother, I'm going to look for other sponsors, other patrons. You can kind of get the sense that this is the beginning of a divorce with Theo. They're about to go their separate ways. He's not going to continue asking Theo for money. That's the fine print here. But while I'm trying to find other sponsors, will you please keep sponsoring me, right? Then he says, but this cannot be done all at once. And as for me, I'm trying to do it for the one and only reason that you have shown me far too clearly and unmistakably that I should not presume to suppose you are going to take notice of me personally or of my work, except by way of protection. Well, this I utterly refuse to put up with. Pretty harsh language, right? And seeing that you have sent me the money every month without a word and without a sign of sympathy. So he's like, you are only sending me the money and you're not being nice to me. And I refuse to accept that. He says, I've toiled on, but seeing more and more clearly that a moment might come when we should have to go our separate ways instead of going the same way both together. Now, I think you can anticipate the situation where, aside from their father, if you sort of push that slightly to the side and you say, what's happening here is that Vincent and his brother are bickering. They are not being very nice to one another. And when they look again, their father's died. And you can kind of almost imagine them feeling bad about themselves and about how the other one thinks about them. So Theo might regret not being nicer to Vincent, and especially in this sense. Vincent says, can you be a bit more sympathetic to me? Can you listen to what I'm telling you in a personal way? Instead of just sending me money, can you kind of try and pay attention to what I'm saying? Can you care, right? Can you be a bit more emotionally involved? Can you see what I'm going through? And so you can imagine when at the end of this bickering fest, this bicker fest, you can imagine when their father dies, maybe Theo thinks, crap, I should have been more supportive. You know, if I'd been nicer to Vincent, maybe he would have been nicer to mom and dad, right? And so the result of that is Theo then resolves to support Vincent going from that point onwards. Does that make sense? So I'm saying at the time that Theo is getting antsy about helping his brother, as a like he helps him, and then where he's starting to almost withdraw his support, his father dies, and you get the sense that the lesson he learns from that is, you know what, I should have supported Vincent. I'm kind of responsible. So you only get these insights when you go quite slowly through the story and you stew in the gravy of the context for long enough. Otherwise, you race through it and you don't feel that, right? That's why you've got to kind of slow it down. Then he says, so he's just spoken about going our separate ways. Then he says, I don't imagine in the least that I shall gain by it financially, but as soon as some dealer, however much of an inferior jobber he may be, is willing to give me board and lodging, even if it should be the meanest garret and a few colours, I shall be happy to sell, if you choose to call this selling, rather than protection. Here are my cards on the table. Whether I shall succeed in this and when, I cannot tell precisely. However, I work too hard to be very far from it. That's quite a thing to say. You know, he's saying, you know, it's inevitable given how hard I'm working that I'm going to be a success. And he's right. He is going to be a success, but just not in his lifetime. Thanks a lot, Bridget. That's a nice sentiment. If yeah, but oh, I actually thought you meant if all patrons did that. But anyway, I'm not trying to do any fundraising here, but maybe we can do it on sort of milestone episodes like 30 and 50 or something like that. You guys can think about it. Anyway, um, then he goes on to say the drawback to painting is the color bill, and it worries me a good deal at the moment. I paid some at once out of the 40 guilders you sent me. Besides that, I paid the carpenter, etc. Just want to see if I've dipped under 86.2 yet. Seems like I'm still there. We'll see. Okay. Then he goes on to say, now he's just talking about money. He says, if there remain just 100 francs for you after deducting what you had to pay, for me there remains not quite 25 francs. Now, for the moment, it is true that I don't have to live on it as you do, but I must paint with it a whole month, which, with what models and what with colors, is in fact impossible. Thanks, Sharon. Now that you're talking about guilders and francs, thanks a lot for that. Then he says, and I have the same pleasant prospect for January too. And I think he's saying that with a bit of sarcasm. I think he's dreading January. He says, when I shall have to pay for all kinds of things again. So the reason why I complain and why I said that I really needed something extra now, not later, was that I want so dreadfully to go on working. So he's already recognizing in himself that he has potential. He doesn't want to give up on his journey, right? The need to create has become kind of an addiction. And I can tell you, when I was churning out books, that there was a side to it that was like taking a drug. It was I could literally wake up in the morning, still kind of bleary-eyed, get out of my bed, walk to my computer, turn it on, and the idea wouldn't be I'm now going to work. The idea would be I think I'm going to check my email, and then I will get some breakfast, and then I'll start working. And I can't tell you how many times I sort of got up out of bed, walked to the computer in a kind of a naive way, like not fully conscious even. I'd sit down, and when I looked again, an entire day had just sped by. I had virtually not eaten anything. And I basically sat in the chair writing for until I couldn't stay awake anymore. And that's how caught up in that whole. It's like getting onto a train, and the train just takes you, right? And it makes me think of what Stephen King wrote about the monster grabs you and won't let you go. And so that happened quite a lot. There were some times where I was writing to the point that I felt like I was going to have a heart attack. In other words, I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't eating, I was just working. And not because I didn't enjoy it, because I was so caught up in it. And I felt like I was creating masterpieces, right? And amazing insights and kind of thing, and I didn't want to let go of them. Sometimes in that sense of exhaustion, and I have fallen asleep at my keyboard. I have sat in front of my keyboard where I feel like I've got to work, and then just fell asleep, like kind of in this position. But I'm just trying to say that thing where he says, I want so dreadfully to go on working. He's now in that great place where it's not work. He loves his job. He loves what he's doing, right? And that is often the sign of a true artist, where to someone else it's work and effort, but to you, you are only too happy to make that investment. You're only too happy to do that because it creates this whole other life, this whole other inner sanctum. And there's a saying in that one Virginia Woolf book, which goes into the movie The Hours. Your aunt is a very special woman, Angelica, because she doesn't lead one life, but two. She leads the life that she's leading, and then the books that she's writing, kind of thing. And I kind of felt like that as well. Um, but it really is incredible how stimulated you can become as an artist, as a creative person, that it is like a drug. And also you can't sleep from it. And I'm talking about where you are not taking any drugs to wire you. You are simply wired on ideas. And it's enough to keep you going. You think about, someone said, read this book for 16 hours, or just copy that script that's there for 16 hours, would you be able to do it? But you are now being juiced just by ideas. And I was doing it day after day after day, month after month after month. And so he's now in that sort of spirit. He's getting caught up in that incredible, what is it? It's like a creative river, and he's being swept along with it. It's becoming like a torrent. And the more he does it, the more sort of viscous and not violent, but the more it starts taking control of him, right? And what is happening, I think, is that the brain is making these sort of connections. This is how the color works together. These are how the proportions work. And I think a nice way of sort of describing the art thing from a writer's perspective is just how the more you write, and obviously when you write, you're typing, but the more you write, just how your typing speed picks up. And I type with two fingers, although I learned to type with all of them when I was in the Air Force. I can now type without looking at the keyboard with two fingers. I can type, make a mistake, delete, and fix it without even looking at the keyboard. My other computer, I've got a keyboard where quite a few of the keys the letters have been sort of worn off them. So you can't even see what the letter is, and yet I know where they are. And just if you think of it consciously, it's like, how on earth do you get to that point? Well, when you've typed a letter millions of times, literally. I always wondered, how on earth does anyone play the piano when you've got all of those blank ivory keys? There's not like a number or a letter on them. How on earth do you figure it out? Well, the same way that you learn how to type without looking. Your brain makes those connections. And it actually seems quite magical. It seems like hardly possible, because there are so many keys, and yet your fingers know where they are. And in a weird way, if you said, okay, if I just imagine where is the letter A or C, you wouldn't know, but your fingers know. And so it's like this strange intelligence that creeps up on you. Does that make sense? And so the same thing, the same magical intuitions are creeping up on Vincent. And you've also got to almost imagine this weaver bird. When he's making his nest, doesn't he sometimes wonder, how do I know how to do this? Nobody taught me. Where did this incredible knowledge come from? Does it come from the universe? Does it come from God? Is it in my blood? Is it in my feathers? How come this bird can do it but not another one? And that's just sort of part of what makes life quite amazing, is that there are things that are commonplace, but they're also quite inexplicable. And even if you could explain it, it's still amazing, right? Yeah, Susan says you can't necessarily stop the zone. Okay, so let's continue. He says, if I cannot do so for financial reasons, it makes me very unhappy. And I haven't only myself to blame for it, for the very reason that my expenses are caused not by extravagance, but by working. If you cannot accept this point of view or sympathize with my feelings and choose to remain suspicious, well, old fellow, I'm willing to believe you mean excellently well. And so I'm not very worried about your suspicions, unless the fact is that you purposefully act this way in order to get rid of me. And by heaven, you are well on the way to reaching this goal. So can you see just how serious things are between Vincent and Theo? I think you're going to struggle to find a letter worse than this one. I'm not saying there aren't any, but you're going to struggle to find another letter, never mind many letters, where the sentiments are unkinder and are more on the chin than this particular letter. Then he goes on to say, you know that in the past I often positively begged you to see to it that our relation should be kept up. Now I should not be able to urge the matter any longer in the same way. So he's basically saying, I'm not going to beg you. Once again, I work too hard to be obliged to remain in a dependent position for too long. Now, I must say, if there's one thing you can acknowledge with Vincent is that he is a hard worker. The last months of his life, where he painted 70 paintings in 70 days, that is incredible. And they're not bad. You know, I've got I've got 4 of those paintings in my bedroom because I like them and I think they're good, right? Obviously not the originals, but he produces 70 paintings in 70 days. That ethic, that work ethic, was born a lot earlier, at least 5 years earlier, if not more. He's painting like a lunatic, like a madman, because he's trying to get to the point where he can sell something. You know, he's thinking that if I'm like a force of nature, what can nature do but bend to my will? You know, it's almost like knock, knock, and the door will be opened. So if I work hard enough, if I work long enough, if I do enough, eventually the dam has got to break, and I'm going to have to. Something's got to happen, right? I've also had that same psychology where I wrote lots and lots of magazine articles, but you've got to be more intelligent than that. You've got to be more strategic than that. You don't just produce the work. It's the same as an athlete that trains and thinks that that's enough. You've got to train smart, not just hard, right? So, but I think the fact that his work ethic was such as it was is exactly why he became such a beloved, what's the word, valuable, priceless artist, was because he painted so many things. You could follow his journey in a way that you can't follow with a lot of other artists. It's the artistic equivalent, and I know this is a weird example, but it's the artistic equivalent of following, for example, Shanann Watts's Facebook posts or Reba Steenkamp's posts, where they lay down a narrative in terms of saying something on a daily basis, except this is now with art. Does that make sense? Susan Smith says, it is amazing. Sharon Tuck says, when did he sleep? Well, he did sleep. Yeah, he never gave up. He did sleep, but he does sometimes talk about having difficulty sleeping. Okay, so let's go back to this. It's quite a long letter, isn't it? He says, once again, I work too hard to be obliged to remain in a dependent position for too long. If this should degenerate too much into protection, whereas when I write about it in a business-like way, I don't even get an answer. No, old fellow, I cannot reconcile my sense of honor, my sense of justice. Is Van Gogh not a true crime story? Is it absolutely, why is this on your channel? Well, he feels a strong sense of justice. Like, I'm working very, very hard. Whether or not I'm selling my art, I think I deserve some kind of income. And it's kind of a good argument. He says, I cannot reconcile my sense of justice to seeing anything in it that might induce me to consider it permanent. Listen, fathers felt suspicious of me very often and to a high degree. There's another reference to their father who has only got less than 4 months left to live. He's saying, Theo, my brother, dad is really suspicious of me to a high degree. How do you think that is? What do you think that's like in the family dynamic? What do you think? Do you think his father is sleeping very well at night? Do you think his father is settled and kind of at peace? Definitely not. for that matter, you know something about it, and I, for my part, know perhaps even more about it. But for all that, he always called himself my friend. And I think that's a reference to his father. So this idea in the poll that we're dealing with is, do you think Vincent still loved his father in 1885? And I think the 62% say yes, 28% say it's hard to say. I think the answer is that he did, but it was a complicated relationship, sort of both ways. Did his father still love him? Yes, but did Vincent love his father? Yes, but and I think you can't get away from the fact that Vincent was a disgrace, and Vincent was not employed, basically. And it's not just a disgrace, is acting disgracefully, and his father's a pastor, and his father's got to look after him, and yet his father does look after him, and yet his brother does look after him. So I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say that his father didn't love him. I think he did, but it was hard. I think he loved his father, but if that makes sense. So he goes on to say, to his brother, don't call yourself my friend as long as you think such and such things of me, right? And I've got to say, I think that is a great comment for now. Like, I think that is a great comment to point to the Van Gogh sycophants, uh, the even the experts. Sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to bring this up. Is I think you can say the same to the experts, those who idolize Van Gogh, those who are great big fans of his. Don't call yourself my friend if you think that I committed suicide. If you think I cut off my ear, if you think I was mad, then you're not my friend. I don't know what you are, but you're not my friend if you believe those things. Yvonne says sometimes a friend is someone who will tell you what you don't want to hear, like his father no doubt did. I see it a little bit differently, Yvonne. I don't see it as Vincent needed to hear what his father had to say. And this is the reason. Vincent had transcended his father's brand of Christianity. And so that was the journey he was on. He was also on a journey to go to kind of, how can I put it, he was destined to move to a lower class, from the middle class to the lower class. That's also something very few parents would want or approve of. Like, what parent can you think of who would say to their son or daughter, oh, that's the journey you're on, and you want to go down the ladder? Okay, that is great. I support you in that. In other words, so you're going to then have a life of struggle. You're going to have a life of hardship. You're going to have a life of dependency. I'm going to support you in that. Most parents would say, no, I want you to go up in the world, go further into the world, right? Does that make sense? And so obviously it would be very hard to love or like a person like Vincent, because it wouldn't make sense what he was doing unless you understood him, unless you looked at the books he was reading and spent time with that. Even then, it would be quite hard to say, do you really want to go down this path? Right? Susan B, thanks very much for that. Can you believe it? We had an hour 24 and we're still on this first letter. Anyway, it goes on to say, people who think that way about me are not my friends, but my enemies, and as sure as 2 times 2 equals 4, they are my worst enemies. And the same applies to you, Theo, in reply to what you say about being suspicious. With this difference, which I am willing to appreciate and take into account, Father did not mention that he was suspicious. You do mention it, which neutralizes a lot. But for all that, I consider it basically pretty much the same thing. However, I don't want to influence you, and therefore I tell you straight out that on my part, I don't in the least pledge myself to agree with Father or you. Please understand this thoroughly. It is quite possible that there's more than one ditch between the two of us. And because this is quite possible, also understand thoroughly that I'm not giving you the slightest encouragement to think all kinds of nice and good things of me, according to your views or Father's. It might well be it might well be that mine were opposed to them in quite a revolutionary way. Under the circumstances, and bear in mind, he's going to become quite a revolutionary artist. So his thinking is, what's the word? His thinking is a reflection of his art. His letters are a reflection of something that is about to happen in art that is going to change art. Sunflower says, time to stand and stretch. Under the circumstances, I cannot do crazy things at short notice and stand in my own light by giving up things at a moment that is not propitious. I've never seen that word before. Propitious. Anyone seen that word before? It means favorable, auspicious, or promising. Propitious. Okay. Favorably disposed towards someone. I saw another weird word that just means being warmed up, a word that I've never seen before. Anyway. Not really. I mean, why not just say, anyway, yeah, giving or indicating a good chance of success. So if you want to be kind of smart and try and impress someone, you say, wow, your channel is seems like it's going to be, your channel is looking quite propitious. Oh, okay, I know what you mean. But please understand thoroughly that if this suspicious mood should be lasting and prove to take root in your mind, even if I should not do crazy things at short notice, I'm strongly inclined to see to it that we can separate in peace and without harm to either you or me. Now, if you think about what he's saying here and what ultimately is going to happen in his life, he's talking about stop suspecting me of bad things. And if I don't do crazy things at short notice, dot dot dot. And later in the story, in fact, so we're around about 3 years away from it. Theo's going to have to rush down to Arles, from the one side of France to the other, to kind of collect Paul Gogh, who he kind of had a business relationship with after Vincent lost his ear. And so you think about it in that sense, wasn't Theo right to be suspicious? Wasn't Theo right to be concerned? Wasn't Theo right that his brother was capable of doing crazy things or getting into crazy situations? And then you look at what happened in Orvez and him going to the asylum. Just think of these words and the life that Vincent ends up leading ultimately. He says, I'm strongly inclined to see to it that we can separate in peace and without harm to either you or me. Separate, but in peace and without forcing things too much. So this is really, Vincent is starting to broker a kind of divorce with his brother. I'm not going to take money from you. And obviously these sentiments now are going to be altered once their father dies. I think the other aspect to their father dying is that Vincent then inherits money, and instead of Theo giving him money and it's quite a lot to give, he can now basically be the not the custodian, kind of the guardian. Isn't there another word for that? The who's in charge in a financial sense of money. It's not the mentor. What's the word? Kind of like a guardian, I suppose. Do you guys know the word that I'm looking for? It's so when Elvis died, Lisa Marie couldn't get her inheritance, so it was given, just put, I guess, into a trust, and then someone else, a fiduciary. It's not quite the word I'm thinking of. See if I can find it. Kind of bothering me. It's kind of like a guardian. Executor. Yeah, it's basically that. I cannot bother about what people think of me. What I have to think of is getting on. Is talking about I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to sell my work. I'm trying to evolve as an artist. I can't worry about what people think of me. That's also a very important step that is needed to take. Of course, he's also got to think about don't behave in a totally rash, idiotic way, because obviously the community is going to respond. But again, think about those words. I cannot bother about what people think of me. And the fact that his father's going to die in 4 months. He says, so I go on my own way. Let's just see what the synonym is for conservatorship. It's not giving me what I want. Anyway, I think I'm wasting time. Okay, so he goes on. Well, this really is a long letter. It's taken so much time. So I go on my way with a certain obstinacy. Now, can you see he's self-aware enough to know that he's been quite stubborn. And let's just bring that back up. And then he says, you are, and rightly so, anxious about your position, aren't you? About the progress or non-success, the prospering or the failure of your business. Bear in mind that the reasons why I stand by my profession are certainly no less important than the ones for which you stand by yours. Again, quite a clever legal argument there, quite a clever way of saying we're on the same level. And without exactly proceeding very delicately, I must and will push on. I certainly intend to hold on my studio here. And for instance, Stenglen talks about taking rooms in Eindhoven, then going to Antwerp, which we will do. Again, he wants to paint models. But as you say, things are not exactly favorable for this. I wish you could understand that I'm not actuated by a desire to quarrel in wanting to separate. On the contrary, I want to separate in order to be able to keep the peace. I should not be able to bear it if I had no prospect of different circumstances, no, not primarily with regard to financial matters, but because I want to live more pleasantly than in the house itself. But I don't feel at home in it, and from your own words, it is evident that you cannot understand me, nor can I understand you. Therefore, with steady courage and serenity, and without rancor, I must plod on in order to separate in peace and without harming anybody. But never think I desire to quarrel with you or with the people at home, for this is not in character. although you suppose it is, and so do others for that matter. Quite the opposite is true of my character. The fact is that I cannot endure life without more peace and cordiality. I can only shrug my shoulders at such an opinion. However, I most decidedly do not consider the persons who think of me this way as my friends, though they were 1,000 times my father or my brother. If they think that way, it grieves me. But fortunately for myself, I have my wits about me sufficiently not to be crushed by it. As to this road, as to this, the road is pretty clearly indicated, I should say. Now, it's really interesting that the end of the letter is missing. Is that because something was said that the Van Gogh family wanted hidden? This is a pretty long letter, and it's filled with quite a lot of opprobrium. It's filled with quite a lot of unusual um, antagonism. Mel Stiller says, "Oh my goodness, I'm sorry I missed this live." Mel, only one letter in it, if you can believe that. So this I must say is quite an extraordinary letter, and I want to draw your attention to the following. This is a letter written in December 1884, basically 5 years before Van Gogh's death, right? In this letter, he's actually telling his brother that they must maybe separate. He's basically resigned to no longer getting any money from his brother. Now, the experts will say the motive, the reason Van Gogh committed suicide was that he feared that Theo might lose his job, and because Theo had a child, that he wasn't going to be able to support Vincent. In other words, Vincent committed suicide because he didn't want to be a burden to his brother. Vincent committed suicide because of kind of money, right? And he maybe didn't think he could survive or work without the money. And look at what he's saying here. He's saying when things are even worse, when he's barely started off as an artist, I think we must go our separate ways. He's already prepared to sort of say to not get money from Theo. But can you see how idiotic that reasoning is? Because here we have we're revisiting that same psychology, and Vincent's the one that's kind of saying, I'm gonna get sponsors somewhere else. Do you really see it this way, Nick? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Tommy says Vincent is very expressive with his words as well. Yeah, very few letters have a missing ending. Okay, so now we go on to the next letter. Okay, so my subscribers I've just refreshed my channel, and it's now showing subscribers 86.1. So basically 1 hour 38 minutes into this live, I've just shared another handful of subscribers, like, wow, this isn't true crime. What's this nonsense this guy's talking about? Okay, so they're gone, kind of thing. And so I'm just saying that is the reality of doing the Van Gogh letters, and we're now at episode 28. But as I say, although I'm losing half a dozen or a dozen per episode, I think I was about 2 3 months ago, I was at just under 87,000. I was almost at 86,000, almost 800. And of course, there was the Deb saga, but the Van Gogh letters has definitely aggravated that. I think the Alex Jones stuff is you're going to see the numbers drop by hundreds if not, as I say, thousands. But as I say, I'm obviously not trying to self-destruct my channel, but I also am not going to be beholden to like an audience, to numbers kind of thing. In the same way that Van Gogh is not going to sort of be a sycophant to his brother, is basically saying, I'm on a journey and I'm gonna kind of want to do it in an authentic way. Can you try and see where I'm coming from? Can you support me, maybe even if you don't agree with me, kind of thing, right? I'm kind of doing the same thing. It is brave. You could also argue it's maybe quite foolish, or do the brave thing at least in a sensible manner. And that's kind of the same thing we want to say to Vincent is, okay, go on this journey, but try and stay on good terms with Theo. Don't shoot yourself in the foot, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. Hopefully it is authentic. So I am thinking, because obviously I don't want to, want to maintain my channel, but I'm thinking of maybe the last 10 episodes, so maybe 40 to 50, making it members only so that the subscribers can't see it anyway. Because it's like, to me, it's kind of like the subscribers are like, wow, he's live. And then they go on and they see, what crap is he talking about? It's so boring. Oh, this is who he actually is, unsubscribe. But if they can't see it anyway, so you make it members only, then, then that's the case. And maybe I'll be doing that more often in the future. If you just think of it in another way, if you're like, oh, this is not for me, you don't necessarily have to unsubscribe. You just go, okay, so I'm not really particularly interested in that. So that may be what is going to be the future of the final, and I think the final episodes are going to be really incredible, dealing with all and Saint-Remy when he's in the asylum. So we'll see. I must say, I've also been quite pleased to see quite a few Van Gogh episodes hit 1,000 views, even 1,300, 400. Don't know if you guys remember, there was a time when they could barely hit 300. So just in terms of views, it's quadrupled. And I think a lot of you will agree with me that it is an incredible story if you can stick with it. But I mean, a lot of people don't have those kind of attention spans. Tommy says, would it be better to be on Patreon with Van Gogh? I don't know. I don't think so, because the Patreons feel kind of the same way. I think there's a small group there who like Van Gogh as well. Okay, so Stephanie says, I understand what you mean. You might not have lost subscribers tonight. Yeah. But I'm just saying, just remember the number 86.1. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow after the Alex Jones live, it's like 85 or 85.5 or something like that, because 25% of my subscribers, or let's just say a sizable fraction, I think believe in conspiracy theories and certain things, and I want to start addressing that, and that's gonna definitely hurt my channel. But to not address that, to me, is not true crime. It's not authentic. It's not right. I talk a lot about being in reality, and if you're not going to deal with conspiracy theories, then what are you doing in true crime? I do think there's a place where you say, especially where there wannabe channels that are all about conspiracies and they chance as an opportunist, and you can say, if you ignore them, they'll go away, and you don't want to give them attention for something that's nonsense. But I think there are certain channels that have not been confronted, right? And as a result, they've grown more than they should have and infected the population. And that can't be sort of allowed to stand. If you care about the truth, if you really care about justice, I mean, what are we here for? So that is gathering places, quietly listening. So that is what we're going to touch on tomorrow. Just before we get to this letter on the 9th, fortunately, it's a shorter one. Um, there's been something I've been meaning to say, but it's kind of dangerous to say, and the other reasons as well. So I don't think I'm going to tell the full story on YouTube in the live. I just think it's not smart or, yeah. So I will probably do the extended version on Patreon. So I'll provide some of the ins and outs on Patreon. Definitely, I think it's just not smart to go into that particular area. So anyway, you guys will know what I mean when I touch on it. Anyway, so I don't know whether I'm going to do a series on Alex Jones, but I'm certainly going to do tomorrow's episode and then see how it goes. We are wrapping up with Elvis, so maybe it does make sense to continue with that. So anyway, let's continue with these letters. I hope we're going to pick up the pace now. Just see how many more letters are in December. 9, another mid-December. That's 2, 3, 4. So we may go through these letters quite quickly because I want to get to 1885. So bear in mind, his previous letter was pretty pretty harsh, and the brothers are definitely kind of examining their relationship. And you've got to think that Vincent is worried and he's thinking about this, and that his brother is worried and thinking about it. His father and mother are worried about this enmity that has started coming up. So he writes, Dear Theo, enclosed you will find a few scratches of the heads I'm working on. Scratches is his way of referring to, I think it's pencil sketches. I scratched them in a hurry and from memory. I told you, you can also imagine when he draws with a pencil, it could even be a piece of charcoal, but I think it's pencil. It makes like a scratchy sound on the paper. He says, I told you how little money was left for this month. You know how last month it was about the same. So again, you see the situation he's in. He's being quite tough on his brother, even saying, we're going to go our separate ways. And then he's still saying, can you send me money? I really need money. That's the reality of their situation. He says, the fact is that now more than ever, I paint as long as I have money for models. You've got to think that probably what needs to happen here is Vincent needs to stop painting models. It doesn't cost anything to go and paint the landscape. You don't need to have money for models. That's an unnecessary expense. Those last days of the month when I sometimes must stop working on things I want to finish, I can't tell you how impatient and wretched it makes me. Again, this is giving you a sense that Vincent is really getting into the zone as an artist. He feels like he's making progress. He doesn't want the momentum to end, right? He doesn't want to interrupt the progress that he's making. I must make about 50 of those heads while I'm still here and while I can get relatively easily all kinds of models during the winter months. But now, if I don't take care, the winter months will pass by without my making as many as I want and as are necessary. That's the reason why I'm harping on it so much and must urge you most strongly to try, if only half possible, to cover my expenses of the end of this month. I do not need much. 20 or 30 francs will pretty much see me through. At the moment, they are worth more to me than 50 francs later on. By working steadily, those 50 heads will be finished this winter. but they require so much work and drudgery that I can't spare a day. And I hope it will be a means to making an arrangement between you and me, which is better for both parties than the present one. Goodbye. If you have borrowed or can borrow, help me with it. As I didn't want to have all my color bills at the end of the year, I've already paid part of them this month, as I told you. But I cannot bear to have to have the work suffer for it. How many times has he said this already? I want to work, I want to work. So you can see that when Vincent is painting, he's kind of happy. He's motivated. Things are going well. He's got support from somewhere, from somebody. Someone is paying for the paint. Someone is paying for the canvases. So as long as he's painting, he's okay. And that is also why I say he didn't commit suicide, because he's painting right up until the last moments of his life. If he was not okay, that would have been interrupted, and he would have said, I can't paint. I don't have any money. I'm whatever, and don't send me any money because you don't have any money. He goes on to say, I received from Rappard a series of drawings by Renoir. I think that's Renoir. Le Monde Judiciaire. Types of lawyers, criminals, etc. Again, does Van Gogh have nothing to do with the law? Earlier we did, and true crime, earlier we dealt with him making a legal case for why he shouldn't be committed. Funny enough, I was reading those same words by one of Elvis's bodyguards saying, what were we supposed to do? Have him committed? Well, how were we going to have him committed? It's not very easy to have someone committed who's an adult against their will. So this, I think, is I'm not sure if this is the thing he's talking about. I don't know if that is what he's talking about. But you can see that's inside a courtroom. You can see, I think there's a judge and some lawyers and folks who appear to be in law enforcement. I'm not 100% sure if this is the painting he's talking about, but it certainly, if it isn't, it's quite interesting, isn't it? So then he says, I do not know if you have noticed them. I like them very much. And I think he's one of the genuine race of the Dormiers and Gavarnese. Okay, so fortunately that wasn't a very long letter. Let's see how long the next one is. Okay, so a week before Christmas. One wonders, was this a happy Christmas for the Van Gogh family? With so much going on, were they able to put everything aside and drink eggnog and sing jingle bells? What kind of Christmas was this last Christmas in the Van Gogh family? With both parents present and so on. Dear Theo, I'm working very hard on the series of heads from the people. Now, bear in mind, all of this is going to lead to that. So these heads that he's working on is going to lead to this kind of masterpiece, the Potato Eaters. I think he comes out with this around the time his father dies. And then his work becomes more colorful. I just enclosed a little scratch of the last one. In the evening, I generally scratch them from memory on a little scrap of paper. Let me see if I can find the actual letter from, let's see if I can find it. I think I can. I think it is this one. So this is the actual letter that we're looking at now. And I don't see any sketches in the letter. So it must be separate. sorry, that's actually the wrong one. It's not that one, it's this one. This is the actual letter, but there's also, I don't see any, here's another page from that letter. I don't see any little sketches in it. Quite untidy, that piece. Yeah, I don't really see any sketches in it. What's this? Yeah, no, there's nothing here either. So here's another page from it. I might be skipping through this letter if it's really long, but let's see how it goes. Where are we? Stephanie says, I think we skipped letter of December 9th. Not sure if it was intentional. So Stephanie, I'm using web exhibits. Did I miss this one? No, we've done that one. Mid-December, and then there's this one. So I'm using the web exhibits site. There's another one, Van Gogh letters, where they don't quite correspond. The letters aren't translated in exactly the same way. And also, there are some additional letters there as well. I don't use that site for a couple of reasons. One is this one's a bit more legible, but there are a couple of other reasons as well. It is really a great resource, the Van Gogh Letters site, because it's got a lot of references and it gives you a lot of background. So, so for example, if you take this letter, the type transcript, here is the, I think this is the same one. I'm not 100% sure. It says 15 to 17 December. And then here's this one. Dear brother. Actually, I don't think this is the same one. If you look at that, sorry, that, it's different to what he's saying here about, I feel what Pa and Ma instinctively think of about me. I don't say reasonably. Just go to the next one here. Yeah, so these letters are a little bit, oh, hang on, sorry, I'm in totally the wrong date here. But this is Noonan, but I'm totally at the wrong date. Sorry about that. Wow. 1885. I feel a little bit dumb. Sorry, 1884, December 10. I'm looking for where he's supposed to, there are the scratches, right? So it's this letter. I'm looking for where he has actually drawn something in the letter, but it's not there. It's not in this letter either. But anyway, I think some people said they couldn't see the letter on screen, and so the other one does that better, if that makes sense. Anyway, sorry for rambling a little, but the point is I can't find these scratches that he's referring to. Let's just have a look at your comments. Thanks a lot, Bridget. Thanks for that. Mel Stiller says his work becomes more colorful after his father dies. I find this very interesting. Part of it, I think, is the psychological hold of home and his own psychology that's giving way to a new psychology. I think the other part is he changes where he is. He goes to Paris. He sees other artists, not just one or two, but lots of other artists, and he's very much ensconced in the art world and realizes, wow, there's another world out there. And then he's really introduced to color in a way that he's never been before, and that's he becomes known as this, artist that plays with color in such a rich way, especially the color yellow, which is the most vivid color of all. He goes from being a dark artist to the most vivid artist that you can kind of imagine. His art becomes luminous. I mean, Starry Night is glittering with color and even movement in a way. Yeah, I believe it is in our mutual interest that we separate. Yeah. Stephanie, I don't know if you've missed one of the letters, but I think I have covered it, unless I'm missing something. So anyway, we're now on this letter. Let me just make sure. Okay, so mid-December. So I've shown you that image, or what I thought was that image, and now we are here, 15 December. Okay, dear Theo, I'm working very hard on these images of people's heads. Perhaps I will make them later on in watercolor as well, but first I must paint them. Now just listen. Do you remember how in the very beginning I always spoke to you about my great respect and sympathy for the work of Father Giroux? Of late, I think of him more than ever, but one must not confront him only in his historical pictures. He talks a little bit about that. Then he says, in these days, whether the public is wise now, I can't tell. But this much I know, that it is not at all superfluous to weigh seriously one's thoughts and one's actions. And at this very moment, I could tell you some new names of people that hammer again on the same old anvil on which de Gogh hammered. He talks about Victor Hugo's Notre Dame and some other artists, and he says, but the realism not wanted then is in demand now, and there's more need of it than ever. Now, you've got to almost, in a way, think about how this must feel to Theo, how frustrating it must be to be trying to speak to his brother and say, your art is too dark. You need to, what's going on here is X, Y, Z, and it's really exciting. And his brother is just too stubborn. His brother just isn't listening to what he's saying, right? And what's going on here is that Theo is in a position to know what is going on. He's exposed to far more artists. He's in the middle of this sort of currency of art changing hands. Is at the center of this sort of artistic intercourse, right? Whereas Vincent is at home with dad and mom, and he thinks he's the expert. He thinks because he's the older brother. And so he's trying to educate his brother on what he's talking about. But obviously his education is somewhat dated now, since when he was an art dealer. Quite a lot of time has passed since then. I can give you a web link, Tommy. Let's see if I can add Tommy. And it's not quite doing it here. Anyway, there you go. Let's just bring that up. The realism that has character and a serious sentiment. I can tell you that for my part, I will try to keep a straight course and will paint the most simple, the most common things. actually, Vincent, you're not going to do that. You're going to stray and you're going to start painting in a way that some people are going to think is crazy. But as this book that I referred to earlier says, is that Vincent is in a theoretical painting phase, is about to step into his own shoes, as it were, when he goes to Paris. Then he says, for pity's sake, how is it possible that you do not seem able or willing to understand that by having fixed my studio here and by keeping it here for the present, I've made it possible to have money enough for painting. And if I had done it otherwise, it would have been a failure for myself as well as for others. He's trying to say, I'm trying to make a success of my life, of my work. And if you think about it, everything he's arguing about is actually wrong. Vincent does need to leave Noonan. He does need to paint in a different way as well. But he's trying to survive as well. And once he goes to Paris, he is going to, first of all, he's going to let go of his life and his psychology, but he's also going to grasp something new. He says, if I had not done so, I would have had to drudge at least 3 years more before I'd definitely overcome the difficulties of color and tone. Well, if you think about it, he's going to overcome the difficulties of color by just completely jumping out of the somber palette that he has here. He's going to completely jump out of it. I mean, if you think about this, do you see any yellow in this picture? Well, or maybe the flame. Maybe the flame is yellow, but otherwise it's drab browns and greasy greens and grays. It is now just a year ago since I came here, driven by necessity. It is certainly not for my pleasure that I live here at home, but for my painting. And this being so, I think it is a great mistake of yours if you were to rob me of an opportunity, if I had to leave here now. Well, he is going to leave quite soon. And in a weird way, not voluntarily. Like at this point, he doesn't want to leave. Later on, it's kind of going to be, you have caused so much scandal in this town, you're going to want to leave anyway. And he's not going to leave here for Paris. There's going to be a pit stop, I think, in Belgium, in Antwerp, before he goes on. I think he stays, I don't know if he stays near Van Rappard, but I know Van Rappard has a big influence in this period. And Mauve as well, I think. For my painting, I think Mauve maybe kind of rekindles his friendship with Van Gogh after his father dies. I think he sort of feels bad about what is going on. He gets a different sense of priority. Yeah, it takes courage to appear crazy. He goes on to say, for my painting, I must stay here somewhat longer still. Then as soon as I've made more definite progress, I'm willing to go anywhere where I shall earn the same money that I have here. To be put back is not what I need or deserve, nor do I feel the least inclination for it, you see. And attempt to get rid of you, that I never did. And where you showed me too clearly how little chance there was of our doing real business together, I do accept it for the future. That is true. Recognize this once and for all. When I ask you for money, do not ask for it. Do not ask it for nothing. The work which I carry out with it is at your disposal. He's saying, you're not just giving me money. The art that I make, you can do with what you like. Again, that's quite a good argument. He says, if now I am in arrears, I am on the right road, even to achieving some leeway. Now, before I saw the word leeway, I almost thought that was going to be legacy. But he is on the right road to achieving his legacy. I write this once more for the same reason as I did the earlier letters. I shall be quite at bay at the end of the month, for I have only enough for 2 or 3 days to pay my model. So a lot of this money is going to pay models, a lot of them women. Whose blustery day? I saw the Van Gogh immersion experienced in Seattle last week. Thank you, Nick, as you made it so much deeper. Thanks. That's awesome. Did you take some photos? If so, you should maybe send them and we can put them up. He says, and I'm wretched that I shall again be handicapped for 10 or 12 days this month. And most seriously, I repeat, can you not find a way to help me to 20 francs to cover those last days? What I mind most is the time I should otherwise forfeit. Goodbye, yours, Vincent. Now, can you, if you think about it, does Vincent ever really go without money? He asks his brother for money. He is in a bad way, but it seems like Theo always comes through for him, doesn't it? So now we go on to the next letter. I think, is this the last letter in December? Yeah. And mercifully, it's a short letter. Let's see if I can bring up the actual letter. See if I can bring it up. It's always nice to do that. Looks like this letter was actually written on the 30th of December, so the second last day. It's this letter. There you can see Theo, and I think that word is danke, which means thank you. I think it's danke, yeah. So he says, and that is that the word apprentice? Anyway, he says, dear Theo, thanks. So danke for what you've sent me. I appreciate. Remember, I said apprentice. Anyway, I appreciate you having done so, because so much depends on my working hard during those winter months when it is easier to get models. In 2 or 3 days, you will receive 12 little pen and ink drawings after studies of heads. So let's hopefully see those, let's hopefully see some art coming up. After all, I feel most in my element when I'm working on the figure. And there also seems to be more character in, for instance, those heads I already did in The Hague and in some other figures. So he's trying to figure out how to render character in faces. So look at how each face here, I don't think it's terribly good, but look how each face is different. This is a side view. That's from the front, but slightly to the side. That's also from the front, but the other side. This is an inverse of that. And then this is someone with their back to you. So this is giving a spectrum of the profiles of the human face. But of course, not just one person's face, several people, but he seems to be trying to showcase his portraiture to some extent in this picture. Do you notice the symmetry? Window, window, this is in the middle, this figure here underneath is in the middle. There is a plate of food. There's someone pouring coffee or tea or whatever it is. But you notice the symmetry that's in this picture. It's also symmetry of the portraits. That person, there, you know what I mean? By and large. That's what he's sort of talking about here, that he's trying to figure out how to, he says, I feel most in my element when I'm working on the figure, and there's more character now in those heads. And so he's getting ready to produce this. But the figure always stands in some surroundings, and one can't help doing those surroundings too, because one can't dispense with them. He's saying you can't just paint these heads in a vacuum. It's got to be in a context, right? Then rare reference to his mother. He says, Mother wants to add something to this letter, so I'll be brief, as I shall send you those pen drawings one of these days. Yet I don't yet know what I shall do with those heads, but I want to extract the motif from the characters themselves. So at this point, I don't know what I want to do with all of this work and training I'm doing, but I do now want to extract the motif, and that is what that is. He's trying to put a lot of character into his art, so it's not this dull, sterile thing. And a lot of his art up until this point was to some extent devoid of character, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys remember that painting of the sort of autumn lane. I don't know if it was poplars or what it was, but sort of a golden lane and a figure walking down there. And I said, you'd have to pay me to put that in my home because it's characterless. You almost get the sense that Vincent saw, oh, look how pretty this is. Look how nice and yellow that is. And look how the leaves are on the ground. It's quite pretty. And then he just painted it. But there's no real interpretation. It's just bland, right? He's starting to find his way to character. Well, I can't read your name, but you are my new favorite YouTube channel. Just stopped in to say hi because I see you are live. I've been watching all your Mo Wilson, Kate Armstrong coverage. Thanks very much. Yeah, I really appreciate you don't have to stay and watch the whole thing. You're welcome to say hi and go on your way. I really do appreciate that. And also, there is a new development in the Mo Wilson thing, which I'll be sharing with you guys maybe a bit later, maybe in a couple of hours from now, or maybe tomorrow. So look out for that. So thanks very much. I'd love to now just say your name, but I can't write or speak Russian. Or I'm not sure if that is Russian. Yeah, I don't even know that. So let us know where you're from and what your name is. I don't know if you can let us know. Okay, so I know quite well why I made them and what in general I have in mind. So that's giving us a bit of an insight into him. He knows what he plans to do in a general sense, but he's not quite sure yet. He says, I'm longing to see sooner or later that picture which you received. So let's have a look at this to see if it gives us a clue as to what's kind of inspiring him. Let's see if I can. No, not finding it. I'm not sure what that's about. Is it this? If it is, it's so tiny. Yeah, it could be this, but I'm not sure if it is. Anyway, let's go back. He says, I don't understand exactly what the legend itself means. I don't understand it because you say the figure is Dante-esque. You guys know about Dante's Inferno. Let's do that. He says, but it is the symbol of an evil spirit luring people into the abyss. Surely these two things can go together for the sober, severe figure of Dante, full of indignation and protest against what he had seen happening, protesting against the terrible medieval abuses and prejudices. Certainly one of the most sincere, honest, noble ones imaginable. Now, if you think about this, it is the last day of December. Not a word about Christmas, not a word about the deceased sisters, nothing about the gossip in town. It's all business as usual. Quite strange, isn't it? I don't know if he's going to refer it all, maybe he's going to refer to it later, but I don't know if he's going to refer to the new year or, it's the second last day of the year. Is he going to talk about the year that's passed? He has, in a way, referred to that, saying, I've evolved as an artist in the last year. He is to some extent aware of the future, but what is he going to say? There's not much left to this letter. Anyway, Bilby says it could even be Serbian. So he goes on to say, it was said of Dante, entering it and coming back again is quite different from the devilish luring others into it. So it seems that he's been reading Dante at this time. Consequently, a Dantesque figure cannot be made to act a satanic part without the greatest misconstruction of character. And the silhouette of Mephisto is slightly different from that of Dante. Quite weird things that he's interested in here. My best wishes for the new year. Ever yours, Vincent. Kind of a fairly kind of an oddly dispassionate letter, if you think about it. It's possible that he actually saw his brother in person for Christmas, and that's why he doesn't need to wish him Merry Christmas. I don't know. And now we into January. Again, let me see if I can bring up the actual letter. And the actual letter is this letter. So it says early January. The other side says, yeah, between Thursday the 1st and Thursday the 8th of January. So this is the actual letter. I'm going to say that I find it quite incredible that this these handwritten letters are so eloquent. They I think you would hardly say that they're simple. I mean, it's just written about Dante. If you just had to see these letters in person at the time, you would hardly think that they are going to amount to anything. You'd hardly think that people are going to be interested in them 130 years later or more, right? Quite incredible, isn't it? That when you translate and transcribe and type out these words that seem clumsy and silly, it comes out as these well-expressed thoughts, right? Do you agree? Yeah, no familial warmth. So anyway, he writes, Theo, although I appreciate your proposal to add to the monthly sum of 100 francs requested by me, 50 francs by way of compensation to father for my living expenses, I most decidedly decline this. The 50 francs, I mean. So I think he's saying, thanks for sending me more money than I asked for, but here's half of it back. I think. So it seems like he sent 150 francs, and the 50 francs is to give to dad for living expenses. And he's saying, I decline this. Then he says, you may look upon my having been at home so long without paying for my board as arrogance. And I used that word a couple of minutes ago, or indiscretion. I did this for the sake of my progress in painting and have not profited from it personally, in as much as I still have to pay a rather heavy bill for colors. I think he has profited personally from having these little dalliances, but is he really supposed to be kind of single? Maybe you could argue, maybe you can have more appropriate relationships. You don't have to scandalize everyone. He's also profited from, having board and lodging. But anyway, he says, for the rest, I acknowledge that after all, it has been advantageous for me. The reason why I cannot regard the present moment as propitious, and there he uses the word again, for making a kind of contract with father, is that under the circumstances, it cannot be my intention to stay here much longer. So even though, that I think is also showing that the fact that he wants to leave is showing that things aren't really going very well. He's not feeling very happy at home. He says, which I very much like to do, but I'm afraid it will prove impossible. If, however, you should want to make an arrangement with father of the kind indicated in your letter, then leave me out of it. In other words, let it be purely a matter between you and father in which I'm not involved. So it seems like they are talking about Vincent's father and Theo, talking about Vincent living somewhere else. So that I, for my part, may go on considering it an indiscretion in any case. I mean, the fact that I live here, also if you should make a payment. As soon as I'm well again, I shall probably go and live in the studio, at least in the daytime. So it seems like he's not well, he's sick. And he's saying, you know what, I will probably go and live in my studio. He says, it is too much to lose you to a certain extent, and you have to pay for my board besides. Gradually, I shall try to find other resources of my own. So can you see, this is definitely a stressful time. For Vincent, he's about to lose his home, his livelihood, not that he really has one, but his work. He's about to lose the routine of it. He's about to lose his kind of the momentum. He's losing. He's going to lose that what he's learned, right? And meanwhile, his brother and his father are in a way sort of at loggerheads with him. Yeah, talking about Vincent behind his back, but there's definitely stress going on. He keeps talking about leaving home, so it can't be too good at home. He says, if it gives you any satisfaction to know what you call my plans for the future. And he seems to be a bit sarcastic when he says that. Like, what are your plans for the future? Well, we've got some plans for you. Regardless of your plans for the future, we've got our own. We've got our plans for you. Yeah, Mel Stiller says he's about to lose who he is. So this is actually a critical time in Van Gogh's life. Things could go either way. In a weird way, his fate is hanging in the balance, and the fate of his art is hanging in the balance. What is his father going to decide? What is his brother going to decide? Are they going to be reckless with the life of, this son, this brother? He says something about his plans have fallen through, and maybe you're thriving on that thought. But this is no reason for me to approve of your views, so that I'm forced to repeat that I continue to think them bad. I cannot give up the studio. I must have some fixed place to work in, and in no event can they demand that I leave the village. So can you see how serious things are? That they've demanded that he leaves the village. That's pretty damn serious. And I can tell you, as a writer, also in my phase as a journalist, I was often what's the word? I was forced to move from where I was living. When I lived in Johannesburg, I lost my job. Then I was working for a media company, and I actually got fired. It's a long story, but for pretending to be a journalist. So they didn't want me to write, and they thought that I couldn't write. And then when I did write in other newspapers, I got into trouble. And they said, we own everything you produce, and we don't want you to produce anything. And I was like, well, sorry, I am going to produce, even though it's in my contract, you can't exert that kind of control over me. I said, I will write. And if I don't write for you, I'll write for somebody else. And if I don't write for somebody else, I'll write for you. But somehow or other, I will write. And so eventually they fired me for writing, and they kind of accused me of pretending to be a journalist. And I eventually took them to the equivalent of labor court, and I won. But I basically lost my job, and then I lost where I was living. And I ended up moving all over South Africa, working full-time freelance, but nevertheless at the mercy of editors who would decide whether to use my work, which I was producing, or not use it. So in a weird way, I was living the Van Gogh life of producing work, but I was far more a situation of where I was actually getting paid sometimes and other times not, whereas Van Gogh was really never paid and his brother was paying for him. I mean, I wasn't getting handouts from my dad or from brothers or siblings. I was literally earning my way from my writing, right? So I can understand what he's dealing with, and I also can understand that place you come to where you're starting to make progress, and then someone or something happens, and you've got to move again, and it's very disrupting. Just the process of packing things up and making a new workstation and getting all the admin sorted out interrupts the work that you need to be doing, right? And a lot of people don't see that they just think of it, well, you like everybody else. You've got to pay your rent like everybody else. And of course you do. But as a writer, you also need a kind of a stable space. And a lot of people just don't understand it. Even when you explain that to them, they're like, sorry, you're not going to get any special treatment. I'm not going to spare you the drama and the whatever that anyone else would get, kind of thing, right? I've got to say, I think I solved the problem of an unstable, let's call it office, or an office that keeps being dismantled and being set up probably in the last 10 years, which is why I've been able to produce the way that I have over the last 10 years. So literally from 2012, I'd say, around about 2012, I've found a stable place to stay, and then I'd say the last 5 years in particular I had complete control over my living situation, and so that's why I was able to do compared to the previous period as well as I have been. The question is now what's going to happen from this period on? Am I going to mess it up? Am I going to shoot myself in the foot, or am I going to, what am I going to do with it? Also, should I carry on working in the way that I have been, or do you give another side to your life a chance to come out, right? So all of these issues. Bridget says, such a hard gig there. Yeah, it was a slog. Mel Stiller says, extremely disruptive, even destructive. Very much so. So at least I was never kicked out of the village. I have stayed in a, I don't want to talk too much about places I've been kicked out of, but one time I lived in Johannesburg, and it was the closest I think I've ever come personally to being a victim of crime. The mansion I was living in a side building. So it was a sort of a place above a garage, but the mansion I was in, the lady actually got attacked by a gardener. I don't think she was very nice to him, and he locked her in her safe. And I'm not quite sure how or why, but I somehow became aware that something was wrong. Anyway, long story short, I found this lady, my landlord, effectively locked in her safe in her home when I sort of went outside to see where she was or if she was okay. And I just saw all these bags and stuff lying on the floor and clothes strewn all over the place. And I thought, she's way too neat and tidy and organized to do that. And so I suspected something was wrong. Anyway, I found her locked in her safe. And when I unlocked it, her face was purple with bruises, and she was like just absolutely, grateful that I'd kind of saved her. I don't know how long she would have been locked in that safe if I hadn't come along. But I said to her, who did this or whatever. And although I don't think she recognized the actual perpetrator, when she saw, I think, a remote for a gate, I think she realized that the garden had given the remote to the intruder, and that's how they got in. But that same person ultimately kicked me out of my home, which is her home, I guess. Anyway, there's more to that story, but I'd rather not go into it. But anyway, some of the drama in my backstory as a writer. Anyway, he goes on to say, so he's talking about the village demanding that he leaves, and then he says, however, my having to expect this and my having to be prepared for it is caused. It is the cause of my regretting the fact that I did not already see last year that our arrangement was untenable for both of us. So in a way, he's saying, I told you so. Goodbye, Vincent. So not a handshake or anything. Then he says, I must protest against the underlined expression in your letter, which I copy. And so these are his actual words. These are Theo's words. He says, and I therefore request you to accept the 150 francs which I shall go on sending you according to our agreement when we were good friends, and to give 50 francs to father, which we both approved of. If you think about it, those are pretty formal words. I therefore request you. This is to his own brother. And just think about what's going on here. Theo is sending his brother a lot of money, right? Even though there's all of this scandal going on, Theo is sending his brother quite a lot of money, even more money than his brother wants, right? So what's the problem? I protest against this. It is not true that when we were good friends, it was agreed upon us that I should pay 50 francs. I clearly remember the conversation in the garden about this matter, and far from agreeing to anything, I did not want to make any agreement in this direction on that occasion. And the upshot was that I pointed out rather emphatically that I wanted money in order to undertake a large number of canvases. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like, jeepers, Vincent, just be grateful. Stop arguing, stop being so stubborn. They are being nice to you, and you can be a bit nicer too. Don't you agree? Then he goes on to say, if anything was agreed upon, it was meant for later when I should be in a more favorable position. This letter is meant to tell you explicitly that I utterly refuse to have anything to do with any agreement you might make with father on the possible payment of board. Now, again, remember that Vincent's father, Theo and Vincent's father, will be dead in 2 months. Do you think this has got anything to do with it? Do you think this bickering and tension within the family about money and this and that, scandal, don't tell me what to do. You know, it's not just bickering with a teenager, it's bickering with a 30-year-old. Do you think that is good for their father? And he's a pastor. The pastor is supposed to be in a stable, settled, you know, he's an elderly dude giving sermons to his congregation, supposed to be very sort of staid and simple, right? And Vincent's making it incredibly complicated. Can you see how this is stressing out the pastor? Can you see how this is actually, in a real way, killing him? So he doesn't just die. You've got these serious arguments taking place, and they're getting worse. He says, in order to obviate any misunderstanding as to the payment of the 50 francs, all of this is arguing about this money, and it's so pointless. Then he says, can you believe it? He says, if I should drop dead, which I should not try to evade if it happened, but which I should not seek expressly. So yeah, he's actually saying, I wouldn't try to commit suicide. But it says, if I should drop dead, think about how ironic this whole conversation is. You would be standing on a skeleton, and this would be a damned insecure standpoint. Can you imagine if his father reads these words? You know, things are getting as out of hand as they can get. He says, as long, however, as I'm alive and painting, well, you may expect a feeling of gratitude and of obligation from me. But seeing that I feel that I must carry on my work vigorously and that otherwise I shall not be able to stick it out, I dare speak to you about what is wrong. If you did not listen to this at the time, and after that began to think ill of me, it may well be that this feeling was not analyzed incorrectly by you, and might really have been a presentiment of something that, not through any fault of mine, but in consequence of your own act and state of mind, might come to pass. It's quite amazing, this language. He's talking about presentiments. He's just spoken about a skeleton and if I should drop dead, right? He talks about my state of mind. What about his dad's state of mind? He says, let's separate, old fellow, for a time as friends. That will do no harm. Now, you can imagine if they are or they were closely knit family, and what is Vincent's mother got to say about all this, and she's sick as it is, or she's injured as it is. You can imagine the whole family being turned upside down by all of this drama. That Theo, who's been such a asset and will be, who's been such a stabilizing force, is about to be thrown to the curb by Vincent. And it just feels like things are unraveling, doesn't it? You know, they must feel like, who else can rein Vincent in except Theo? Who can take care of Vincent and sort of talk him down other than Theo, right? Then he says, staying together would end badly if things went on like this. Well, look at what happens to their father. What would have happened if Vincent did leave a little bit earlier? You know, would this tension have eased? Would the tension on his heart, the stress on his heart have eased? He says, I dare say if you were to make a more correct analysis of your own feelings, what you call suspicion may really have been something quite different. I mean, a kind of presentiment that something was going to happen between you and me, and that otherwise things would not go well. You are in an elevated position. Sorry, but this is no reason for being suspicious of those who are standing on low ground where I stand and where I intend to stay. Once again, this is Vincent expressing that I intend to be in this lower class situation. That's what I want, right? Don't judge me and don't try and talk me out of it, right? Bridget, see you later. Thanks for trying to keep through this. Okay, so now we go into the next letter. I think we're going to see some sketches here. Let's hope so. Quite a big jump. 20 January. See if I can show you the actual letter. This one is dated 23rd January. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but anyway, ballpark, there's a letter. I don't see any sketches in it, but here's the last page of the letter with the signature. Quite a big sort of line. You can tell that he's starting to think quite a lot of himself, right? Look how big his signature is, and it's sort of going in an upward direction, you notice. Right. Onward we go. This is also not a long letter, so in a way, I'm grateful they're arguing because it means we can get through the letters more quickly. So, dear Theo, enclosed are some more scratches of studies of heads. At home, I heard you have had a good year and an offer of 1,000 francs a month, which you refused. I can understand that once at Kupilanki, you want to stay there. It was one of the first great houses, meaning art dealerships. Perhaps it might still be able to outlive many rivals. It's quite interesting that he was offered 1,000 francs a month and he refused that. But it's also quite interesting that Vincent is hearing at home how much his brother's earning. So I think I'm going to be getting some more money as well, or I can ask for more money. He says, I think, however, that every year it will become more difficult to follow the routine which has hitherto been maintained in the art trade. And will it be possible to find a new method of doing business now? Perhaps not. And yet, unless new tactics are going to be employed, doesn't the danger threaten more every day that because of the fall of some big firm or other, for instance, some things will drop in price, which drop will cause a panic all round? I really think this is not merely an imaginary danger. Prices have risen to their present height within a relatively short time. It's quite interesting what he's talking about here because his own art is going to reach some of the dizziest heights that art can reach. And so, could he have ever imagined his own art becoming as valuable as it did? Even his letters. He says, let's say within 40 years at the most. And would more time than that be necessary for them to tumble down the mountain? As a rule, it is easier to go downhill than up. Well, maybe not in art, Vincent. Maybe not in art. But for all that, there's something in art which will always make at least a chance of extending the buying public possible. Only, I repeat, will they create this new public? Well, you will. You will be creating a completely new kind of popular art, art for everybody, where the sky is the limit in terms of price. He says, if not, I personally am afraid it will go down as fast as it is risen. You shouldn't be afraid, just believe. I've hardly ever begun a year with a gloomier aspect, in a gloomier mood, and I do not expect any future of success, but a future of strife. So there you have it. That's how he's feeling. Very, very gloomy. And this is really the beginning, I would say, March 1885 is really the beginning of his sort of triumphant journey to becoming the great Vincent van Gogh. At this moment of despair and pessimism, he's actually also becoming realistic, and is about to step on the path that he needs to step onto. It's quite interesting, isn't it? I wouldn't say it's the beginning of the end. I think the beginning of the end is the summer in Orvez in 1890. That's the beginning of the end, and that really was a great climax of work. So I really wouldn't call this the beginning of the end. It's 5 years, so it's not the end. I think the end was 2 months and a very prolific period. He says, it's dreary outside, the fields a mass of lumps of black earth and some snow, with mostly days of mist and mire in between. The red sun in the evening and in the morning, crows, withered grass, and faded, rotting green black shrubs, and the branches of the poplars and willows rigid like wire against the dismal sky. This is what I've seen passing, and it is quite in harmony with the interiors, very gloomy, these dark winter days. Now, it's these dark winter days that inspire him to paint this. I must say, to me, this was a very poetic, beautifully well-written paragraph. Just so picturesque, it really takes you into the landscape that he's seeing. Do you guys agree? Then he says, it is also in harmony with the physiognomy of the peasants and weavers. I don't hear the latter complain, meaning I don't hear the weavers complain, but they have a hard time of it. A weaver who works steadily weaves, say, a piece of 60 yards a week. While he weaves, a woman must spool for him, that is, supply the shuttles with yarn. So there are two who work and have to live on it. On that piece of cloth, he makes a net profit, for instance, of 450 guilders a week. And nowadays, when he takes it to the manufacturer, he's often told that he cannot come with another piece for 2 weeks. So not only are wages low, but work is pretty scarce too. Consequently, there's often something agitated and restless about these people. Well, about the bird as well. It is a different spirit from that of the miners, among whom I've lived during the year of strikes and many accidents. That was even worse, yet it is often pathetic here too. The people are quiet, and literally nowhere have I heard anything resembling rebellious speeches. But they look as little cheerful as the old cab horses or the sheep transported by steamer to England. Goodbye. I hope you will be able to send money. I have not quite a guilder left and must have a model for a few hours more today. So tomorrow shall be at a dead end, but maybe your letter will come. Ever yours, Vincent. So this is Vincent when he's depressed. And he says so. He says, I've hardly ever begun a year with a gloomier aspect, in a gloomier mood. And I do not expect future of success, but a future of strife. Right? So when he's upset, unhappy, depressed, he tells his brother. Why didn't he do that when he supposedly committed suicide? He's a very expressive guy. Why doesn't he say, I'm not feeling very happy? I'm gloomy and I'm feeling hopeless. Why doesn't he say that? He's writing a letter a day. Why doesn't he express that when he supposedly commits suicide? Why is suicide such a surprise in the middle of all those paintings, all of that effort, all of that industry, all of those letters, all of those words, all of those emotions expressed? Why does he express everything except that? Tommy says, doesn't everyone underline their signature? I'm just saying his line goes up at quite a sharp angle. Okay, so mercifully another shortish letter. Now we go to 24 January 1885. Now we are fast approaching the death of his father. We have now got basically, I think it's a month to go. Dear Theo, you would greatly oblige me by trying to get for me illustration number blah blah blah. I'm not sure if it's his own illustration, but he says it's already an old number, but at the office you will probably be able to get it. Oh, okay. So it's a drawing by Paul Renoir, A Strike of the Weavers. Let's see if I can find it. Also called The Harpists. Let's see if I can find that painting so we can look at it. Oh, sorry, I'm still in full view here. Sunflower says, I must go. Nick, as I've said before, you are poetry in motion to me. Thanks a lot. Poetry, telling a writer you poetry is definitely a compliment. So thanks a lot. Yeah, because he didn't commit suicide. Isn't it becoming more and more obvious? So Sunflowers, take care, and thanks very much for that, and thanks for the compliment. So have I? Okay, let's see if I can find this painting. It could be this one. It could be this one. I just want to. Somehow something tells me it's not. It could also be this one. Paul Renoir, The Harpist, 1893. Now it can't be this one because that post dates this letter. So I don't think it's that one. I can't find it, unfortunately. a strike of the weavers at Lyon. Anyway, he says he has just recently done the World of Law Courts. Is that the one that I showed you a moment ago? Let's see if I can bring it up again. Yeah, I think it's this one. I think it's this one. It is a nice picture. Now, if you think about it, if you think about this image, right? It's quite sophisticated. It's got some classy people in it, lawyers, judges, right? If you think about that image, and Vincent is doing his interpretation of these faces in a room, right? One facing this way, one facing that way, all within a particular context. Vincent's now obviously he's interested in this picture, which is why he's mentioning it and talking about it. That's why we must also look at it. But his version of this is, I wanted to jump to it, but anyway, is that's his version of that. It's a lot simpler, it's far more humble, and the people are humbler as well. But can you see it's the same thing that he's trying to do? He's trying to present figures in a particular context that is touching on kind of the human condition. But he just doesn't want a grand interpretation, right? He doesn't want a grand interpretation. He wants a humble, earthy, accessible interpretation. Does that make sense? But you can see kind of that Vincent himself, even though he's painting a simple scene, is bringing with it some very complicated and sophisticated knowledge from the art world, right? You see that? And if this is a picture about the idea of interrogating justice in his time, then in its own way, this is a picture about the travails and injustices faced by the poor. And this certainly, yeah, good point, Mel. Mel says gloomy. It definitely does seem to match what he's feeling, but of course there is the candle, the lamp that's lit. And there's hope somewhere within these dark circumstances. Okay. He says, I think the drawing of the weaver is the most beautiful of all. There is so much life and depth in it that I think this drawing might hold its own besides Millet, Daumier, Lepage. I don't know whether we can find this because it keeps talking about it. I wonder whether we can, maybe if I just put Paul Renoir weavers, maybe we can find it. There are a couple of possibilities here. I must say I quite like Renoir's work. There's another one, I think, by Renoir. That doesn't look to me like a strike. That looks like performers, stage performers off stage. I think this is another one by Renoir. You can see it's kind of all about high society. I still can't find the weavers. I'm looking for strike by the weavers. I'm not quite sure what this is, but it also looks like something to do with theater. Anyway, I can't find it. I think I must give up. So anyway, it goes on to say, when I think how he rose to such a height. So let me just say this. Where he talks about, I think the drawing of the weaver is the most beautiful of all. It's not for nothing that I've highlighted the weaver photos. Obviously, it's not weaving material, but it's the same thing, and I'm just giving it my unique view from as a South African. On the same spirit of it, it's the same thing of what it is. It's the simple kind of natural process of threading something through something else and creating a fabric, right? And there's something magical about it. It's very humble, but it's also very quite. And so maybe now is a good time to go back to the weaver. So there he is. You can see his just how bright he is. I'm going to blow this up even further. You can see just what bright colors he has. And isn't this the palette ultimately that Van Gogh takes on after leaving Newnan? Doesn't this feel like, in a way, a Van Gogh painting? These lines, these bright yellow lines, like feathers, right? So here's another picture of him. I quite like this one. It's quite crisp. You can see he's got a little bit of a, what's the word, like a crest. And he can kind of fluff out when he wants to. There he is back in the third nest. This is the third nest that he's working on. I think the next photos you can see a bit more progress. Look how yellow he is here. Look how brightly yellow that is. There you can see the nest is starting to take shape. And now he's got to thread things through. And also why it's got to be, each of these threads has really got to be a long leaf, right? Each of them has got to be a long strip. That is just another bird. So just to compare color, look how colorful that is. That's how colorless a bird can be. Funny enough, also the orange eye. You get the same species in Mauritius, and they're just a little bit more colorful. They're quite tame there. Mauritius is an island off the coast of Madagascar, kind of a tropical island. There he is again. There you can see he's got a really long blade there, strip, and so long that I couldn't actually even get the bottom of it. And that's actually where he's getting them from. It's a palm that is growing in my garden. And again, it's difficult to focus on him with these in the foreground, especially because he's so quick. Is really in and out very, very quickly. His nest is sort of going up in this direction. And then he goes from the nest back here, back and forth, back and forth. And so you can see some of these leaves have been stripped. Well, maybe you can't see it here, but they definitely have been. And you can see how you can make a long strip from these long leaves, right? So there he is busy stripping from that point. And there he's got his strip. So there I was actually able to zoom in beyond this closer part of the leaf frond and see underneath it. So I'm quite happy with this photo. So you can see he's starting to tear the leaf off these long leaves. And these leaves are quite hard to break because it's quite tough material. They easily tear, but they don't easily break, if that makes sense. And so there's another one. I try to make this quite an arty. It's quite heavily edited, but I try to make it quite arty. But yeah, you unfortunately can't see just to such an extent how he's stripping off these leaves, but you can see there is the leaf, there's the strip there anyway. There's quite a good picture of him stripping it off. Unfortunately, a leaf goes over his eye, so otherwise it would have been quite a good picture. But there you can see he's starting, you can see that they have been stripped a little bit. I think these scraggly pieces are showing how it's being stripped away. Can you see how it's being damaged, how he's damaged these leaves? Now he snips a piece down here and then he strips it off. You see that? Can you see how it's damaged at the bottom here? That's where he's done all the stripping. So before we move on, just a couple of other birds that I photographed while I was at it. This is a Cape Robin. You can see it's a much slighter bird, but also quite colorful. These are actually my favorite birds in the garden. Very, very delicate bird. There's another angle on it. Look how beautiful the light, the sunlight is on his feathers here and on the twigs around him. You can see the spring is starting to spring here. The buds are starting to come out. The leaves are starting to come out. And there's another one. You can see the leaves there as well. Starting to come out. So summer is on its way where we are, which means it should start cooling on where you guys are. Some quite nice pictures, wouldn't you agree? I think that's the last one. Oh, I've got 3 more images just of the 3 individual nests. So can you see now that these are all strips from that same palm leaf? Oh, I see it does have a couple of leaves in here. And then he's got this. If you think about it, the female's got to get into this small sort of orifice, and then there's got to be a bit of a spot here where she can lay down. So there's got to be enough space to get in, be inside, and then also get out. So this has also got to be quite strong, this little area here. So here's the second nest, which is not complete. I think it's about 80% complete now. But he's also, think about it, he's got to build that area to get in as well. He's probably going to make it maybe here, I don't know. Well, he knows what he's doing, I guess. And then this is the first nest. You can actually see the palm in the background there. I was actually walking Timmy, and I saw another yellow weaver bird. When I was walking Timmy, I also heard him. And then I noticed right below where he was sitting was another palm. So they obviously go where the palms are. In other words, they go where there's the ability to build nests. And if you translate that idea to Van Gogh, he must go where the artists are, but also kind of where the color is. He's got to go where the color is so that he can produce, he can weave his art, if that makes sense. Looks like a lady's hat. Okay. So I see it does actually have a couple of leaves inside there as well. Okay, so let's go back to the letter. He says, when I think how he rose to such a height by working from the very beginning from nature without imitating others, and how he is none the less in harmony with the very clever people, even in technique, Though from the very first he had his own style, I find him again a proof that by truly following nature's own work, one improves every year. I mean, isn't nature the best artist? And I'm daily more convinced that people who do not in the first place wrestle with nature will never succeed. And I think what he means by that is try and figure nature out, try and spend a lot of time observing it and understanding the shadows and the light and the seasons and the movements like Monet did, spending a lot of time observing and trying to figure it out. Then he says, I think that if one has tried to follow attentively the great masters, one finds them all back at certain moments, deep in reality. I mean that their so-called creations will be seen by one in reality. If one has the same eyes, the same sentiment as they had. And I do believe that if the critics and connoisseurs were better acquainted with nature, their judgment would be more correct than now, when it is the routine to live only among pictures and to compare them mutually, which of course, as one side of the question is good in itself, but it lacks a solid basis if one begins to forget nature and looks only superficially. So he's saying, even if you're going to look at nature, don't look at it superficially. Try and see within the threads. Try and see nature kind of even in a granular way. Try and figure out this fabric. And, find your way to the color, to the color beyond. Okay. Can't you understand that I'm perhaps not wrong in this? And to say more clearly still what I mean, it is not a pity that you, for instance, seldom or hardly ever enter those cottages or associate with those people. He's trying to share his vision with his brother. He says, I do not say that you can do this in your position just because one must look much and long at nature before one comes to the conviction that the most touching things that the great masters have painted still find their origin in life and reality itself. Quite profound. A basis of sound poetry which exists eternally as a fact and can be found if one digs and seeks deeply enough. It sounds like he's talking about deep dives, right? He talks about the durable within the transitory. He talks about Michelangelo saying in a splendid metaphor, I think Millay has said without metaphor, and Millay can perhaps best teach us to see and get a faith. He says, I shall not change my mind about what I've thought from the beginning. Well, actually, you will. You will be changing your approach to art. But he certainly has learned to think of art in quite a symbolic way, if a theoretical way at this point. He says, if I'm no good now, I shall be no good later on either. But if later on, then now too. That's quite well said. He's saying, if I'm going to be a success later on, well, that means I'm a success now. And it's true. He says, for corn is corn, though people from the city may take it for grass at first, and also the other way around. Now, if you think about that statement, and this, is this just leaves and grass, or is it something that can be something special in the right hands? In any case, whether people approve or not approve of what I do and how I do it, I, for my part, know no other way than to wrestle so long with nature that she tells me a secret. Think about this weaver bird wrestling for so long and then producing this. And out of this, more weaver birds are going to result. Out of one small strand, another small strand, another small strand, and then a new weaver bird, yellow and bursting with life is going to come out of that. Well, how does it come about? From weaving one strand into another, but properly, authentically, carefully, considerately, realistically, all those things. All the time I'm working at various heads and hands. I've also drawn some again. Perhaps you would find something in them, perhaps not. I can't help it. I repeat, I know no other way. Well, the weaver bird as well knows no other way. But I can't understand that you say, perhaps later on we shall admire even the things done now. If I were you, I should have so much self-confidence and independent opinion that I should know whether I could see now what there was or was not in a thing. Well, you must know those things for yourself. So in a weird way, he's talking about almost a weaver bird that can't build its nest. And he's saying the nest will be built. I will figure a way out to do it. I may not know how to do it now, but I will find out. He says, though this month is not quite over, my purse is quite empty. In the midst of all of this highfalutin talk, he has no money. He doesn't sell anything. So it's these great sentiments, yet within this context of kind of poverty and desperation, right? So he goes on to say, I wish you could send me the money a few days before the first for that same reason. And then he talks about interiors of cottages. He says, I try not to lose time. And now we go to February. One more letter in January. So he talks about, I'm still anxiously awaiting the money. And so he goes on talking about, I feel wretched because it seems that your character's congealed in this mold. He's just really asking for money in this letter. Since last time, I cannot help seeing you in my mind's eye wearing a pince nez with black glasses. This does not change a man so much, you will say. My impression is that, in a sense, rather than the literal one, in your actions, you have procured such black eyeglasses. Suspicious, for instance. He's kind of blaming his brother not for sending him money. He talks about thinking about the great sidewalks of Paris and the people that know their Paris. And I don't know if this letter was signed either. He says, give up your suspicions, for they are improper. And so, again, he's asking his brother for money. And now we are into February, early February. It talks about my last letter, particularly unpleasant. Bear in mind, we are now in the run-up to their father's death. And so things are getting even more unpleasant. There's talk about you are suspicious. In my last letter, I compared suspiciousness in general to looking through black glasses. Now, could this be any more tense and nasty? It talks about, I said the ugliest misunderstandings were caused by it. So it's kind of quite bleak. It says, you make me think of old people who are always saying that in their young days everything was better. This does not stagger me in the least. Think about that, and what's going to happen to their father. He's going to come staggering in from a storm, step inside his home and die, like at the door. He says, he talks about a certain atmosphere at home. Yeah, well, it is a serious atmosphere at home. He says, I have more opportunity to observe than take care of, which is another way of saying he's not taking care of it. He says, as in your letter, you ask how it is that you no longer hear me say, I should like to be this or that. The fact is that, in my opinion, those who proclaim most loudly, blah, 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 as a rule, those who say it don't do it. So this is the cause, and seeing that I strenuously exert myself to improve my work, there's no need for me to be forever lapsing into wishful exclamations. He talks about some artworks and something about a bookshop. Then he talks about his father. Again, these references to suspicious, knowing me so well. I went through such an affair with father. I declined to start all over again with father number 2. If I'd resisted father from the start, instead of remaining silent, nothing much would have happened. Um, vigorous measures, for the possibility of a quarrel is gone at the very moment I find the means to cover my financial needs. Therefore, don't despair, but now it's wretched for both of us. Things aren't going well. Then he provides this postscript. Let's see if I can actually find it. That asterisk. Let's see if we can find the actual letter with that. Um, so there's the letter, and I guess that plus sign is that asterisk, right? That plus sign, and then there it refers. You can imagine that he's written this. He's quite emotional when he's writing this. You can see the emotion in the handwriting and the scratching out. Some of the words are different size. You know, look how small that is and how big that is. So he says, and to me, my work is valuable and I must paint a lot. And therefore I'm continually, and I really love this statement from him. To me, my work is valuable. And it turned out to be very valuable, didn't it? And so that's where it's got to start. You've got to start off seeing value in your own work. You can't expect someone else to see it before you do. You've got to start respecting your own work before somebody else does. It talks about difficult and exhausting, dismal, and suspicions, right? This is all in the lead up to his father's death. And now another letter from, do you notice how short these letters are? Another letter from um, early February. So he's trying to value his own work, but maybe at the cost of not paying too much attention to what he's doing to those around him. Dear Theo, coming home, you may have found another note I wrote you, but whereas in this I asked you to take back some things you said, now I ask you not to. Things are really fraught between them. For even if I should say you had come to think differently about things, I should not be able to believe you, as I am of the opinion that you are definitely like that. For the time being, I believe we certainly need not revert to the subject. Again, he talks about money. Then there's a postscript. Please do not think I do not want to be good friends. Right? Let's see if I can bring up this letter. Just to look at the handwriting. It's not that letter. I think it's the next one. No, can't seem to find it. Anyway, so now let's go into the next letter, and now we are in February. It says, many thanks for the illustrations you sent. Okay, so that's this letter. That's this letter. Dank voor die something. So dank is thank you, right? And so this particular letter, I think, refers to this. So this is the garden of the parsonage, and then there's the church at the end of it, at the front of it. You can see how things do look pretty grim. There's a bit of a path through there. Imagine trying to be positive in winter in these dreary surroundings, right? He talks about the Renoir composition. He talks about the breadth of figures. He's talking a lot about art. So you can see he's very caught up in the art and not paying that much attention to things at home. He says, I'm very busy painting those heads. I paint in the daytime and draw in the evening. In this way, I've already painted at least some 30 and drawn as many. He says, I think it will help me for the figure in general to dye it one white and black against a flesh color. I'm looking for blue all the time. It talks about the peasants' figures. All of this is leading up not only to the death of his father, but also to this painting, right? All of this is leading up to that. All of that is preparing him for it. He talks about faded shades of dark and lighter blue are emphasized. He says the people here instinctively wear the most beautiful blue that I've ever seen. I don't see any blue here, unless that's blue. It is coarse linen which they weave themselves, warp black, woof blue, the result of which is black and blue striped pattern. So I wonder whether this is black and blue striped pattern. There looks like there's a little bit of blue there. He goes on to say, when this fades and becomes somewhat discolored by wind and weather, it is infinitely quiet, delicate tone that particularly brings out the flesh colors. Well, blue enough to react to all colors in which hidden orange elements are to be found, the discolored enough not to jar. But this is a question of color. When there was snow, I also painted a few studies of our garden, and that's a reference to that. So he's painted his garden in the snow. There you can see some snow on the roof there and so on. And he says, the landscape has changed much since then. Now we have splendid evening skies of lilac with gold over dark silhouettes of cottages, between the masses of ruddy-colored brushwood, above which rise the spare black poplars, while the foregrounds are of a faded and bleached green, varied by strips of black earth and pale withered rushes along the ditch edges. I would love to accumulate all Van Gogh's picturesque descriptions and put that in a book. Just the words, just one description after another. I think it would be such poetry and such. I mean, that's what he's seeing. That's really what he wants to paint. He says, I certainly see all this too. I think it is just as superb as anybody else, but I'm even more interested in the proportion of a figure, the division of the oval of the head. I cannot master the rest before I have a better grip on the figure. Well, first comes the figure. I personally cannot understand the rest without it. And it is the figure that creates the atmosphere. I can understand, however, that there are people like Dubigny and Harpignies and Reisdal and so many others who are absolutely and irresistibly carried away by the landscape itself. So he is seeing himself as a portrait painter, although he wouldn't really become that. He doesn't really want to paint landscapes. And then that's the end of that letter. Timmy, I know you are like, dude, what are you still doing here after 3.5 hours? But I'm trying to get to March. So yeah, we are in March. So I just want to confirm. Sorry, I just want to confirm when Van Gogh's father died, the date. I know it was March. I'm just not quite sure when. 26th of March, he died of a heart attack. So I think there are only 2 letters in March. This is one of them. Dear Theo, thanks for the early remittance of this month's money, which coming early, in fact, helps me a lot. So despite the arguments, the money still keeps rolling in. Thanks also for the splendid wood engraving. And he talks kind of a little bit more about money. And he talks about, um, he says, now I have nothing that I should care to send in, dot, dot, dot. Today I once started to make some, which I'll send you. You will receive an old model, young woman's head, dot, dot, dot. As to what you write of your feelings about various conceptions, I believe that these, which come straight out of a cottage with a moss-covered thatched roof, will not seem absolutely inappropriate to you. Had I known it 6 weeks ago, I should have made it of a woman spinning. So just talking about art. He also refers to a painting by Whistler. I think it's Whistler's mother, made famous by that Mr. Bean painting. I, for my part, am not the personality to have had much chance of getting on a sufficiently intimate footing with girls of that sort for them to be willing to pose for me, especially not with my own sisters. And perhaps I'm also prejudiced against women who wear dresses, and my territory is more those who wear jackets and skirts. But I think what you say is true. Again, just talking about art, it talks about, in my opinion, the respectable Dutch woman very, very often lacks the charm that French women frequently have. Quite a statement. Consequently, the so-called respectable class of Dutch women is not so very particularly attractive to paint or to think of. But on the contrary, certain ordinary servant girls are again very Chardin-like. So he seems to be quite charmed by the Dutch servant girls. Now, just now I paint not only as long as there is daylight, but even in the evening by the lamp of the cottages. So that's giving you a sense of how hard he's working. And when I can hardly distinguish anything on my palette, if possible, something of the curious effects of the lamplight in the evening. Well, isn't this painting in the evening why he paints that, which is something that is happening in the evening? He's in the end caught up in this dreary evening light by the lamp, by the light of the lamp. So he says, he talks about the curious effects of lamplight in the evening. They cast a large shadow on the wall. Well, there are some large shadows on the wall, right? Certainly there. It is, in fact, that in the last few years, I certainly have not seen anything as beautiful as those woodcutters by L'Ermite. How completely according to intention and full of feeling his figures are in that composition. Again, many thanks for it. So can you see, as we're approaching the death of his father, his own art is reaching kind of a crescendo, is about to produce something amazing. It's all coming together. And both these separate driving forces are playing out at the same time. Thanks a lot, Yvonne. Timmy, we appreciate your patience. Okay. Thanks, Timmy. I think Timmy's coming to me because it's just before the dawn. I can see through the window here the first lights about to touch the treetops. And that's often the coldest time of day. So I think that's why he's here. Okay, and so he talks about one is nearly driven from one's course to the opposite side of the world. And he is going to be going, he talks about French women, he's actually going to be going to the opposite side of France, not that long after this letter. It's quite interesting how we can almost be godlike in our ability to be so omniscient, looking at these letters and knowing the present, the past, the future so well. That's what I think makes this quite interesting. Okay, now we go to mid-March. I don't think there's another letter in March. So we've got 2 letters left. If you're getting impatient, we're about to wrap up. So mid-March, a short letter, but look at all of these pictures. So Not to me terribly wonderful, but there's one of them. There's another, which is pretty ghastly if you ask me. Looks like it's drawn by a 7-year-old. And this one, peasant woman seated before open door. Also pretty terrible. You can see how dark and dreary it is. And at this point, Van Gogh thinks dark and dreary is the way to go. Anyway, fortunately, it's a short letter. He says, "Dear Theo, some of the heads I promised you are finished. I intend not to stop doing so. I work hard and suppose that only out of 10 or 20 studies I make is worth seeing. One out of the 10 or 20 is worth seeing, right? They're not charcoal drawings, they are paintings." He says, "However it may be, I will try it once more." So he's just talking about drawing, and it's all about art. And he says, "I've applied myself almost exclusively to painting for more than a full year. I dare claim these to be somewhat different from the first painted studies I sent you. When I see, as I did recently, something like L'Ermite, I know very well that I'm still far from doing such a thing myself, but seeing his work encourages me as to my views." Let's see if we can bring up a painting by L'Ermite. Hold thumbs. So far, this is not looking good. Yeah, so it definitely is some pretty good stuff here. I think I love L'Ermite. Wow, some really awesome art. I'm just going to share some of these with you. I really like this guy's art. So here's one of them. And it does remind me quite a lot of Van Gogh's art, I must say. He painted haystacks quite a lot. There you can see his signature. I really like his art. Here's another one. It's kind of quite realistic as well, but it's very well executed. Look at this. Now compare that to, damn, now where is it? To that. Compare that, which is excellent, to that, which you would say is terrible. Do you agree? Just look at how well executed all of that is. But the issue is that Van Gogh is looking at this art and he's trying to do something similar. And I think he achieves that. It's similar, it's just not very good. The faces aren't really executed that well, but they certainly do have character. They're almost caricatures of faces. The hands also not, look how long this arm is. It doesn't really look right, but they certainly do have character. Do you agree? But just look how good that is. And let's bring up another one. Now, I would love to have one of these pictures in my home. I wouldn't mind paying to have one of these in my home. Here's another one that's really done well. Look how well executed that is. If you looked at it really quickly, you might think it's a photo. Here's another one. All by the same artist. But the point is that Van Gogh is looking at this art and he's trying to give his own interpretation. He's not trying to copy what they're doing. He's trying to look at what they're doing and do his interpretation of it, for better or worse. This, to me, is perhaps the best one. Look how good this is. Really looks like a photo. Look how well that's done. And we were talking about the weaver bird. Look at this threshing and I'm not sure if it's threshing, but the cutting down of wheat. The long stalks being cut down. Interesting, isn't it? So much texture. So he goes on to say, I know very well that I'm still far from doing such a thing myself. You don't say. Well, that definitely is the truth. His work is a long shot from this sort of thing. I mean, this is very, very, very good. This is excellent. He's never actually going to be capable of doing something this good, but he is going to be doing something else. Anyway, he says, seeing his work encourages me as to my views and working method, namely always directly from nature or in the squalid, smoke-blackened cottage. And that is what he's got in mind here. This is the squalid, smoke-blackened cottage, right? He's not trying to do this sort of artsy-fartsy, fancy art with fancy people in it. He's trying to do a totally different thing, the poor and their plight, the human condition seen from this level, certainly at this point in time. Anyway, he goes on to say, for I see, for instance, from details in Heads in Hands, how artists like Lermite must have studied the peasant figure, not only from a fairly great distance, but from very closely. Not now, when they create and compose with ease and assurance, but before they could do so. Now, as for me, I cannot yet show a single picture, hardly a single drawing yet, but I do make studies. And that's just why I can very well imagine that the time might come when I shall also be able to compose easily. And moreover, it is hard to say where the study ends and the picture begins. I'm brooding over a couple of larger, more elaborate things. And if I should happen to get a clear idea of how to reproduce the effects I have in mind, in that case, I should keep the studies in question here for the time being. And then we see this picture here in the letter, which is showing some ideas of the figure inside. He talks about, I have studies of heads for it against the light as well as turned towards the light. And I've worked several times already on the complete figure, spooling yarn, sewing, or peeling potatoes, full face and in profile. It is a difficult effect, but I think I've learned a few good things from it. Goodbye, I couldn't put off writing to you again. So there is a reference to peeling potatoes. He's trying to find the way to express this thing that he wants to do. Do I do it through spooling yarn or sewing? Well, in the end, he does it through peeling potatoes. And so between this letter written in mid-March and the next letter, his father dies. So we don't know what happens, certainly because there are no letters. But what we do know is by the time we get to the next letter, Vincent's father has died, right? And so what we want to do is get a sense of how does Vincent write about the death of his father? How does does he and Theo, coming from this brokenness that was threatening to tear their relationship apart as well, how do they recover from this? How do they react to this? How does Vincent change in terms of his work ethic? How does he acknowledge what has happened? Is he in denial? Is he hurt? Is he brokenhearted? Does the death of his father cause him to stop painting? Does it cause him to paint in a different way? And while we're on the subject, I want to show you what Vincent paints when his father dies. That is a picture, and it only came out some weeks later. He didn't paint that when the day his father died. He painted it sometime afterwards. But the Bible in this picture is enormous, and that Bible represents his father. And you can see there's a candle in the image, in the painting, and the candle has been snuffed out. And this is the part that's interesting, is in front of the Bible is this small little book. It's a yellow book as well. And this small sort of, you can imagine it's a book that he's read many times by Emile Zola. This small little book represents Van Gogh and Van Gogh's thoughts. In other words, he's saying, I believe in the Bible, I believe in what my father believes, but I also believe in something else. And he puts it in front of it. It's smaller, and it's also not on top of the book, it's beside it. And he's saying, in addition to Christianity, I believe in some other things that are, I guess, derived from that. Does that make sense? So if you're interested in this particular picture, we'll deal with it in the next episode. Still Life with Bible. It was painted in October, which is quite a long way down the line. You can read that. I'm not going to deal with it right now. Now we're going to deal with his letter on the 1st of April. And it's the first year it's written, the first letter after the sudden death of their father. Bear in mind also, so his father had actually died around about a week before this letter was written. And it, even in the letter, it's got drawings in it. So he's still drawing. That's how caught up he is in his art. There's also this one, head of a peasant woman in a cap. Right? Let's make it even bigger. Look at those eyes. So can you see how he's trying to capture the human condition in all of its darkness, all of its dreariness, but also kind of in a humble way? He's not trying to make it pretty, he's trying to make it deep. He's trying to make it real. And he is trying to probe the symbolic side of things. Okay, so now let's deal with this letter. It's not a very long letter, but it's a very important letter. And the letters we deal with in episode 29 in the series are obviously going to go deeper into the aftermath of his father's death, the mourning, the comments, the change in psychology from both Vincent and his brother. Also, how he thinks about his art, perhaps how he thinks differently about it. Dear Theo, I felt the same as you did when you wrote that you could not work as usual the first days. It was the same with me. And so he proves that he's a human being. He proves that even though his father's died, he's not just going to carry on working as though nothing has happened, right? And there you can see the brothers have something in common, the death of their father. It moves them both of them are unable to work. And I think you could say, if they were able to work, you'd say something's wrong with these guys. What is wrong with you? You know? He says, indeed, those were days we shall not easily forget. And yet the total impression was not terrible, only solemn. So he's not overcome with grief. He's not destroyed. He's just devastated, right? And if we go back to the poll, I said, do you think Vincent still loved his father in 1885? Well, does this answer the question? Do these words answer the question? I think the answer is, it's hard to say, but yes. Did his father still love him? It's not a simple answer, but yes. It's not just yes, but the answer is also yes. So those of you who said yes, 63%, you're right. Those who said it's hard to say, it is quite hard to say. He goes on to say, today I painted better again. The first two heads turned out badly. So this is dedicated to talking about, indirectly in a way, the sensitive issue of the death of their father. And then he talks about painting again. And also he's kind of saying that I struggle to paint. He says, the first two heads turned out badly. Today's is a young girl, almost a child's head. As to color, there's a contrast of bright red with pale green against the flesh color of the little face. So at the time that his father's died, he's painting a young girl's face. Then he says, I should like, I hope, is that the young girl that he's talking about? Because that definitely doesn't look like a young girl. Certainly looks quite haunted, doesn't it? Anyway, he says, I should like to hear whether those rolled up things arrived safely. If I thought that Seam was in earnest, that's Mauve. When you ask for your children's heads, I might send da 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 da. I should not mind beginning another still life. And then, so he's talking about the art, and then he says, of course, I intend to go on working hard. So after our father has died, I intend to continue working hard, but I must still pay for the money. So you can kind of see that he's able to compartmentalize to some extent his emotions, right? He's not totally overcome. He's not emotional. He's not this emotional madman, right? He doesn't have this sort of frantic fit because his father's died. He doesn't run around the town naked or screaming, right? He says, I did not want to talk much about it or contradict you much when you were here. But when you said that I should change someday and that I should not always stay here, any more than Mo had always stayed in Bloemendal, it may be true, but I personally see no good in moving because I have a good studio here and the scenery is very beautiful. So his brother has actually visited him. When you were here, you said I should change someday. Well, his brother's right. He's going to change. He's about to change right now. He is about to leave. His brother actually is right in this. And that's why his brother is such a good brother to him, is in a way his brother does know what's best in terms of his artistic journey. He says, don't forget, I'm positively convinced that a painter of rural life can do no better than Barbizon. Well, he's going to be a painter of life in Paris quite soon. To dwell and to live in the very midst of what one paints, for in the country, nature's a new and different aspect every day. One thing that is true is Vincent was always in love with nature. No matter where he was, he loved to paint sort of natural scenes. In short, the two reasons for living in the country are, and so it seems like his brother's saying, come to Paris, come to Paris. This is after his father's died. Or leave Noonan or whatever. Then he says, let's say that 3 months between now and the time you come again this summer, if I work very hard every day, by that time I can have another 20 studies. It is absolutely necessary. If you think about it, there is actually disappointingly little reference to his mother, to his sisters, to his father, to a funeral, to any of that stuff. And you kind of get the sense that although he has dealt with it, he definitely hasn't totally dealt with it. It's going to come forth later on. And I can tell you, my best friend died in October last year, and his family haven't dealt with it. Even months and months later. You don't just deal with death. You don't just go, okay, that person has died. What does he say here? He says, although the total impression was not terrible, it was only solemn. Well, death actually is terrible. It's not just solemn. it might be solemn for a moment and solemn for another moment, but ultimately death is terrible, and then it becomes solemn again. But you can never say that death is not terrifying, or it never will be, or that you can kind of get over death. It's this great shadow that always lurks, and sometimes you can look at that shadow and sometimes you can't. Sometimes you acknowledge it, sometimes you forget about it, but it's always there. And that's what we're going to see with him. And it is very important to understand how Vincent deals with death, the death of someone close to him, especially his own father. This painting provides us with some idea of how he gets perspective on death. Does that make sense? What do you mean by the line before that? Uh, Terry, what do you mean by the line before that? Anyway, it goes on to say, he signs off his letter saying, the weather's gotten colder here again. As soon as we have a few fine days, I shall try to make a sketch of the churchyard. Now, I think that's an oblique reference to his father. I mean, the churchyard is obviously where his father worked, went to church, where he preached. It could also be where his father's buried. I'm not sure if it's a reference to that. Last line of the first paragraph. It was the same with me. I could not work the first few days. Yeah, but bear in mind, this is just a week after, and the letter, there's a little bit of reference to his father, and then he sort of gets back to business. That's what I mean. You would imagine that this whole letter would be about talking about their father, not most of the letter talking about what all the other letters are talking about. Anyway, you get my drift. Then he says, he's signing off this letter. He says the weather's gotten colder here again. As soon as we have, so I've read that. The head I painted today is, I think, as good as the one with the big white cap you have. It is somewhat like this sketch and might serve as a pendant to it. I think a little bit what is going on here, without being mean and without being nasty, is that Vincent can only take so much emotion and grief. And in a way, his art is a kind of escape. He may not be doing it deliberately, but he's nevertheless escaping the circumstance, the scenario that he's in, by just kind of carrying on. Now he isn't supposed to just throw it all away and give up and do nothing. But by the same token, you would think that the reality would be more front and center, right? Think about also how long it takes him to produce this picture in October, right? His father dies at the end of March. So April goes by, May, June, July, August, 5 months, September, 6 months go by. 6 months go by where he needs to process kind of unprocessable emotions. And then he's finally able to produce this painting. And it had to be a painful painting to paint. He didn't just paint it. He didn't just go, oh, I think I'm going to paint Dad. It was painful to acknowledge what he felt. And then he produced this picture. You must know, when he painted that candle without the flame, he's not just saying something, he's feeling something at the time that he's painting it. It's a painful feeling that he's stewing in a way, because it takes a long time to paint the painting. He doesn't just snap a photo. It's gonna take lots of work and investment of thought to paint this picture. And he's only able to do it 6 months later. So that also tells you something. Terry, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. The second paragraph, Life is not long for anybody. The problem is only to make something of it. Yeah, that's part of the title I used for this episode. Yeah, it's a good to draw my attention to it. Yeah, life is not long for anybody, and so he is trying to make something of it, and it's quite a good analogy to Van Gogh's own life. He sees his father dying and realizes my life is finite as well. The way that it resonates with him is life isn't guaranteed. If my father can die, I can die as well. If my father has died at 60, I'm more than halfway through my life as well. And he didn't realize that he's pretty close to the end of his life. He's got himself 5 years to live. He doesn't know it. And now he feels like I've got to make something of my life. I'm running out of time. And that's absolutely true. He is running out of time. He does have to make something of his life. And so he says, goodbye with a handshake and still thinking often of your visit. I think he means, I still think often of when you were here for the funeral. I think that's what it's referring to. It's not, I'm thinking of you coming to visit. He's thinking of the visit that's already happened. He's acknowledging that. And you can imagine the brothers probably crying together at the grave with their mother. It's been a difficult time, and this difficult time has been capped with basically disaster, with so much horrible things happening. Their mother getting injured, the scandal, them wanting to throw Vincent out of the village, the neighbors being upset with him, possibly a peasant getting pregnant because of Vincent, the brothers bickering. Within all of this, death, actual death, the death of their father. And now from this, they've got to pick up the pieces. In just, I think the previous letter to this, Vincent was saying how gloomy he was, how gloomy he's feeling. And so in the middle of this depression, death, and how on earth is he going to do anything from here? And the amazing thing is, in the midst of death, in the midst of despair, the star rises out of that gloom and creates Starry Night and so on. In a little way, it's an analogy to Elvis coming out of the depression and the debt and the despair and the downward spiral of the Great Depression and between two world wars. In the middle of adversity, opportunity, in the midst of darkness, a candle. Quite amazing, isn't it? So that's as far as I'm going to take it. This has been a 4-hour live, probably, if not the longest, one of the longest. So Mel Stiller says, in this picture, I see love, loss, grace, and disappointment. Yeah, so I think this picture says a lot. I think it also speaks about his humility, that he sees himself as the small book. But there's also a little bit of a niggle there where he's saying, my father's will be done, but what about me? What I said mattered, but also what my father said is true. And look at the dark space in the back, the blackness in the back behind the Bible, the blackness in the back behind the wick of the candle. And look at the light in the front. Look how bright white the pages are of that Emile Zola book compared to the grayness and the oldness of the Bible. The Bible is quite old, but it's kind of in mint condition. The book by Emile Zola is new, but it's been worn down through use, right? So definitely quite symbolic. So we will continue our journey, and certainly front and center in episode 29, we want to remember that their father has just died. And what are they thinking about? What are they doing? What reactions does the family take in response to this situation? Is the death going to fray relations even further, even if temporarily? Is the death going to bring them closer together? Are they going to get a different perspective, new priorities? We're going to deal with all that going forward. I must also say that from here on, I think the letters and the time speeds up because there's now an additional element of stress. There's not as much time to sit down and write letters. So we're going to move now, I think, quite rapidly from 1885, 1886, 1887. So that's also going to happen. Yvonne says, it makes me glad to know the backstory of this painting. Yeah, so we spent a long time. I didn't want to jump ahead. I wanted to be stuck in the drama with Margot. I wanted to be stuck in the bickering with Theo, so that when their father dies, you are in the meat and potatoes of their situation. You can also see the murk in which the potato eaters, the murky emotions that gave rise to that particular painting. And it's out of that that the artist arises with his bright yellows. Out of this gloom, he sets forth and becomes who he ultimately becomes. And so if you are in a position of hardship or struggle or tragedy, think about the situation Van Gogh was in, and that something wonderful can happen inside of terrible situations. In the middle of tragedy lies sparkling opportunity. So don't always think that the end of the world is the end of the world. Sometimes the end of the world is necessary for a new beginning. Does that make sense? So I hope that is a good, hopeful note to end up on. I want to thank a lot of you being here for the entire 4 hours. One of them is Yvonne. Thanks a lot for sticking it out. Mel, still, I hope you've enjoyed it. You say I'm looking so forward to the next Van Gogh Live. I don't know if it's going to be subscribers allowed to comment, but we'll see. But thanks a lot for you guys being here. I think Sunflowers left and came back, so welcome to you. I don't know if Stephanie's still here. I think it's really late in Connecticut, but we're thinking of you. But thank you to all the members, subs, and mods who were here. I think this is quite an important and powerful episode. So so thanks for sharing it with me. I'll see some of you guys for the controversial and subscriber shedding next live, dealing with Alex Jones. So that should be quite interesting. I also want to thank those who made, gave super chats. Thanks very much. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on the replay and you're getting some value out of it, please hit the thanks button or just leave a comment and let me know what you thought. But also good to read your comments, get your... Terry says Stephanie said good night a bit ago. Yeah. Sorry, this was a really long live, but I did have to get through it. Terry says that's a wonderful message. Mel says tragedy is often the genesis of new hope. So, I mean, Elvis is such a good example of that, being born into these poor, broken circumstances, and look at what he gave the world, right? Okay, cool. Yvonne says bedankt. So we are learning a little bit of, another world, another great live. Thanks, guys. Okay, guys, I'm not going to take it further than that. Must say my voice did pretty well for 4 hours. Really not too bad. I've also, the spasm in my glutes has gone away, or it's almost gone. So, but I certainly don't want to have it come back. So I'll try not to do another live this long. Anyway, wherever you are, sleep well, take care of yourselves, and see you next time.